Volcanoes Baseball Bullpen Show, presented by PT Northwest, Power Kia, McDonald's, and Les Schwab Tires. Now for a look at the stats from tonight's matchup. Here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And good evening here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, 6:03 p.m., August 22nd, 2019, currently 75 degrees, and not a single cloud in the sky over here at Volcano Stadium. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes looking to sweep the Boise Hawks for the third consecutive time this season after beating the Hawks in the first two games this year. My name is Payne Patchett. You're listening to Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball. The Volcanoes getting their 39th win yesterday after only playing into the bottom of the 6th inning before the game was called after a 37-minute rain delay. But the Volcanoes, because that they played after 5 innings and that because they were leading and were the home team, that the game would be called. That was an option. And after almost 40 minutes of the game being in a rain delay, both the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes acting manager Nestor Rojas and the Boise Hawks manager Steve Solis have agreed to call the game. After 2 hours and 25 minutes, the Volcanoes would win by a final score of 4-1. Boise with a run on 3 hits, no errors, and left 6 runners on base. While the Volcanoes, right in the middle of what could have been a big inning in the bottom of the 6th, they win. They have 4 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors, and they left 2 runners on. And even though the game ended in the middle of the game, instead of going a full 9 innings, one part of the game that was official before the rain delay was called was Kervin Castro in his time on the mound. He got taken out in the top of the 6th after 5 2/3 innings, allowing 3 hits, 1 run, walked 2, and struck out 6. It wasn't his first appearance against the Boise Hawks, but it was definitely his first win. He is the first Volcanoes pitcher this year to 5 wins at 5-3, while Micah Kaxer for Boise got his 3rd loss at 1-3, while Cooper Cassad, who only threw 2 pitches and faced off against 1 batter in the top of the 6th, got his first save of the year, had an attendance of 1,749 people. The Boise Hawks now 24-41 overall. They are 9 games under 500 in second half play with a 9-18 record. And the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes now 1 win away from getting 40 wins on the season. The first time in a long while since the Volcanoes have achieved this mark. They are currently 39-26. They have a second half record of 13-14. They are 1 game under 500. But looking at the standings, the chances of them getting that second half division title are pretty slim, as there are 2 teams in front of them that'll have a better chance at the moment, or if you want to get technical, one of them, as the top 2 teams are face off against each other. Right now, the standings see the Hillsboro Hops at first place. They have a second half record of 17-10, which is 4 games ahead of the Volcanoes and 8 games ahead of the Boise Hawks. Boise, they are just mere games away from being mathematically eliminated from playoff contention for the 2019 season and would have to finish their season on September 2nd. The Eugene Emeralds, second place at 14-13. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, third place at 13-14, while the Hawks at last place are at 9-18. While the Northwest League North Division sees the Spokane Indians as 2 games ahead of Tri-City for first place with a record of 16-11. The Tri-City Dust Devils 14-13. The Everett Aqua Sox 13-14. They are 3 games back of Spokane, while the Vancouver Canadians, the Volcanoes' opponent tomorrow, currently sit in last place with a second half record of 12-15. So after this game, the Volcanoes will play 8 road games in 9 days. They'll play 4 games at Nat Bailey Stadium in Vancouver, British Columbia, against the Canadians. We'll take a day off on the 27th, and starting from on the 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st of August, they'll play 4 games at PK Park against the Eugene Emeralds in another version of the 6-game quote-unquote home-and-home series, where there's 4 games on the road and 2 at home, instead of what we had with Boise earlier this year, which was 3 on the road and 3 at home. as Salem-Keizer will be having 2 more home games after today. They'll have the first one on September 1st, Sunday, September 1st against Eugene. That is at 5:05 p.m. And the final regular season game against the Eugene Emeralds, that will be at 4:05 p.m. instead of the normal 6:35 p.m. So today is the final home game. That will start off with a normal 6:35 start time. Again, the next 2 home games will be on September 1st and 2nd. On Sunday, the first against the Emeralds will be 5:05, and on the final regular season game on the 2nd, it will be at 4:05 p.m. before the Volcanoes will take a day off on September 3rd and will travel on the road against whoever wins the second half Northwest League South Division title before playing 2 more home games. If necessary, they'll play 1 home game here. If it goes to a game 3, they'll play a second home game here. That will be on September 5th and 6th. So after 9 days of the Volcanoes traveling on the road, starting on Sunday, September 1st, in 7 days, there's going to be 4 home games here in Volcano Stadium. 3, definitely. 4, if Game 3 of the Division Series is played. That is what we know for the rest of the schedule. Very quickly, the pitching matchup for both teams. Before we get into anything else regarding both teams and the starting lineups for the Volcanoes, it is Travis Perry, who, just like Kervin Castro, will be looking for his 5th win. He is 4-2 with an ERA of 3.15. He'll be facing off against Boise's Will Etheridge, the 2019 draft pick out of Ole Miss, who is making his 2nd start against the Volcanoes this year. He threw a perfect 3 innings at Memorial Stadium. He'll be making his first start at Volcano Stadium against Salem-Keizer. He's looking for his first win and has an ERA just under 5 at 4.91. We're going to take a break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer for the final game of this 3-game series. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
John's Decks and Fences says if you're considering a new or replacement deck or fence, don't wait. Lumber prices are sure to go up. Meet with John at your home or business and share your ideas. Many local home and business owners are enjoying the decks that John has built. Others appreciate the attractive fencing for privacy. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so this means big savings for you. Call John at 855-946-5393. John's Decks and Fences will hit a home run for you. CCB number 219310.
When it comes to plumbing issues, you need someone you can trust. Done Right Plumbing is family-owned and operated with years of experience serving residential customers in the Mid-Valley. They take great pride in getting the job done right the first time. Done Right will respect you, your home, and the environment. The staff is proud to live and work in the Mid-Valley and support our local events. Call them at 503-364-2668. When you need plumbing, get her done right at Done Right Plumbing. That's Done, R-I-T-E, Plumbing.
70% of Oregon's wildfires are started by people. One careless spark can destroy all that we love. It doesn't take much for a wildfire to ignite and spread quickly across our state's beautiful landscape. Everyday activities like mowing your grass or driving your car can spark a wildfire. Be extra careful this summer. Check weather conditions, follow posted fire restrictions, and keep fire tools on hand to be able to extinguish sparks or fires quickly. Go to keeporegongreen.org to learn how you can prevent wildfires. Sponsored by the Keep Oregon Green Association, the Oregon Association of Broadcasters, and this station.
Batteries Northwest and their Mid-Valley dealers remind you that summer is tough on car and truck batteries. The extra heat, stop-and-go traffic, and the air conditioner are all factors in causing wear. If your battery is starting to crank a little slower, it's time for a new battery, and you should have your connections checked too. You don't want to be at the beach or in the mountains and lose battery power. Contact Batteries Northwest at 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you, or online at batteriesnorthwest.com. That's batteriesnorthwest.com.
Boone Ridge Senior Living is a lifestyle choice. Whether you desire assisted living or need memory care, Boone Ridge can be just the place for you or your loved ones. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary, and it's obvious from the moment you step through the doors. With our walking paths, fitness centers, open restaurant-style dining, and 24-hour skilled staff, you will want to call Boone Ridge home. Go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and learn more. Or for a tour, call 503-979-9611.
August is here and you look around your yard, you have just 1 or 2 more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have won the last 9 games against their opponent today, the Boise Hawks. And will look to finish off the regular season meeting, the final regular season meeting strong with their 10th. They are 12-2 against the Boise Hawks, including 9 straight games, in which their last loss wasn't until late June this year when they lost at Memorial Stadium. They have never lost here at Volcano Stadium against these Boise Hawks. That was back on June 29th. They look to finish off the regular season series strong as the Volcanoes will try and get their 40th win against Boise. Both teams, they are on the field. They are stretching on their respective sides of the field. Boise on the third base side, wearing the purple top again, the purple jersey with the silver letters on the front that say Boise, the silver numbers on the back with the gray pants, and the looks like a purple cap from over here in the distance. While for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes along the first base side, they're going to be wearing the white jerseys today, the white tops with the red numbers on the back, the red letters on the front across the chest to say Volcanoes. You have the gray sleeves and the white pants and the black socks with the red cap and the black bill today, as the Volcanoes will look to play their final home game in a while here against the Boise Hawks. They'll be playing back home at a 5:05 start time on September 1st and a 4:05 start time on September 2nd, the final 2 games for the Volcanoes in the regular season. The standings now for the Northwest League in the South Division. The Hops are currently in first place with a 17-10 record, Hillsboro. The Eugene Emeralds are second place, and they're 1 game ahead of the Volcanoes with a 14-13 record. And Boise is at last place with a 9-18 record. They're the only team in the Northwest League that doesn't have double-digit victories in the Northwest League. While in the North Division, Spokane has a 16-11 record in second half play. Tri-City second place at 14-13, with Everett being 1 game back of the Dust Devils. This is for the final playoff spot. While Spokane, there are 2 games ahead of Tri-City for the second half division title. And Vancouver, they are in last place. They have a second half record of 12-15, but still a pretty tight-knit division over in the north. While in the south, it looks like Hillsboro is 1 step closer to running away with the second half title and possibly playing the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes come September 4th, which is when the divisional series would begin in the Northwest League South Division. And because that our game ended early and we did not see any games around the Northwest League end right near ours by a long shot, let's take a look very quickly at how everyone else played. We start off with the Vancouver Canadians against the Tri-City Dust Devils because this one was a very simple result. It was scoreless after 9 full innings at Giesa Stadium before Vancouver scored their only run of the game at the top of the 10th on an RBI single by McGregory Contreras that scored Jesus Lopez. The Canadians, they only had 3 hits, but they get the 1-0 win. The Tri-City Dust Devils getting only 6 hits in their 35th loss. Luke Gillingham with his 2nd win. Deacon Metters with his 4th loss. Vancouver 1 run on 3 hits. Tri-City no runs on 6 hits. Vancouver with an overall record of 27-38. Now going back to the other Northwest League South game, the game between the Hillsboro Hops and the Eugene Emeralds. Start off in the top of the first. Eddie Hernandez with his 2nd home run makes it 1-0. A wild pitch by Eugene Giovanni Cruz in the top of the 2nd. Score Andy Yerzy makes the score Hillsboro 2, Eugene 0. In the top of the 3rd, Hillsboro just explodes with 4 runs. A 2-run single by Andy Yerzy, an RBI single by Dominic Canzone, and an RBI sacrifice fly, not just an RBI sacrifice fly, but just a fly to center field by Kevin LaChance to score Hillsboro 6, Eugene 0. They'll cap it off with a couple of more runs. Lyle Lynn with an RBI single in the top of the 6th inning. And LaChance back at it again, this time with an RBI double. Makes the final score Hillsboro 8, Eugene 0. Hillsboro, they had 11 hits. They dominated against the Eugene Emeralds offensively. They took control of the game from the very beginning, while Eugene only had 3 hits overall. Vancouver had 3 hits, and they won 1-0, while Eugene, against the Hillsboro Hops, who also were really, really, really good in pitching last night, win by a score of 8-0. As Tyler Holton will get his third win. Giovanni Cruz with his first loss. Nick Snyder for the Hillsboro Hops getting his first save for Hillsboro. And finally, the Spokane Indians against the Everett Aqua Sox. This one was very, very high scoring, but it didn't start off that way. After 3 full innings, it was a no-score game. Starting off at the top of the 4th, Spokane jumped up to a 3-0 lead on a 3-run home run by Scott Capers. Cash Gladfelter in the bottom of the 4th was walked with the bases loaded. They cut the lead down to 2. In the top of the 5th, Blaine Krim with a 3-run home run. It made the score 6-1. But in the bottom of the 6th inning, Everett, they started to come back, and they would tie the game at 6 apiece. First on an RBI single by Patrick Frick. Cash Gladfelter back at it again, this time with an RBI force out, makes it 6-3. Miguel Perez with a 2-run double, and a wild pitch by Spokane's Nick Starr tied the game up at 6. They would take the lead 7-6 on an RBI single by Patrick Frick in the bottom of the 7th inning to cap off what looks like is a very incredible comeback, but the game was not over yet. In the top of the 8th inning, Keenan Irizarry with a game-tying home run that ties it up at 7. In the top of the 9th, Spokane scored 3 more runs on a error by pitcher Brock Minich. Jake Hoover getting on base. David Garcia with a sacrifice fly, and with the bases loaded, Jonah McReynolds was hit by a pitch. Made the score Spokane 10, Everett 7, but Everett would get their 8th run of the game on the board on a force out by Connor Hoover. The final score, Spokane 10, Everett 8, as Spokane one step closer to getting that Northwest League South Division title on 7 hits and 1 error. Everett's 8 runs on 8 hits. They had 3 errors. So Joe Corbett getting his 3rd win. Brock Minich getting his 5th loss for the Aqua Sox. We're going to take another break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Miss Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
I know, you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twist for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
Huggins and Bliss Insurance encourage you to shop locally. Everyone needs insurance, and when you work with Huggins and Bliss, you get a best-in-class agent, advisor, and advocate. More importantly, the money you spend stays in our community. Huggins and Bliss are proud to support many area nonprofits who are helping to meet critical needs. One such nonprofit is Liberty House, which provides support to children who have been abused. Their mission of changing hurt into hope impacts the trajectory of young lives in a positive way. If it wasn't for Liberty House, there would be no entity in Salem doing this work. If you want to learn more about Liberty House or even donate to their cause, please visit libertyhousecenter.org. To get a quote from Huggins and Bliss, please call 503-585-2211 or visit Huggins.com and reference Liberty House. In addition to getting a thorough and competitive quote, Huggins will make a $25 contribution to Liberty House.
At Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions, we offer complete home comfort together in one place.
With a variety of heating and cooling systems and a full range of energy-related home improvements, including insulation, duct leakage testing and sealing, energy audits, performance assessments, and more.
How can we help you be more comfortable in your home? Give us a call and find out.
Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions. Complete home comfort together in one place. 363-4822.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile's Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
Rush Limbaugh. Weekdays 9 to noon. And Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcanoes Stadium in Keizer. The Volcanoes get ready to play the third and final game of this 3-game series and the final game of this 6-game homestead against the Boise Hawks. They played the first 3 games against the Everett Aqua Sox, won 2 of 3, losing the third game. And the Volcanoes playing the final 3 against Boise. So far, they've won the first 2 by a score of 5-3 and 4-1. Before we go through the recap of yesterday's game, we take a look at a lineup for today's game. We took a little sneak peek at it, set the starting pitchers for both teams so far. The visiting lineup for the Boise Hawks, the starting pitcher for the Volcanoes, once again, the 22-year-old from Morristown, New Jersey, Travis Perry, looking for his 5th win of the season, 4-2 with an ERA of 3.15. The lineup for Boise, looking to get their 25th win of the season, the center fielder Joe Iltz, the shortstop L.J. Hatch, and the designated hitter in Daniel Cope. This is the first time that L.J. Hatch has even hit the first 3 spots in the lineup after lining up in the bottom 3 in the first game and just into the middle of the order in the second game. And speaking of the middle of the order, the lineup for today's game, the first baseman is Tyler Plantaire, the left fielder Yorvis Torrealba, and the right fielder Trevor Boone, while the bottom 3 hitters are the second baseman Robert Metz, the catcher Nick Motley, and the third baseman in Vladimir Delone. As for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, looking to get their 40th win this evening, the 40th win this season, and they get a .500 record in second half play before starting the road trip. The starting pitcher for the Boise Hawks that they'll face off today will be Will Etheridge, the 2019 draft choice by the Colorado Rockies in the 5th round out of Ole Miss, the 21-year-old from Lilburn, Georgia. He is looking for his first win. He is 0-2 with an ERA of 4.91. Steve Salives, the Boise manager, putting him on limited innings because he threw a large amount with Ole Miss this year, so he most likely only got to pitch in the first few innings of this game, as he has pitched in an average of 3 innings. He has pitched in 4 his last 2 starts, so there's a possible chance that if the planets align and if all the pieces go together, that he may pitch in 4 innings for the 3rd straight start. But here is the lineup of the Volcanoes. They'll face off against Etheridge. The first 3 hitters, the left fielder Quan Atkins, the second baseman Yorlis Rodriguez, and the center fielder in Alex Canario. In the middle of the order will be the right fielder Armani Smith, the catcher Brandon Martirano, and the designated hitter in Harrison Freed. And the bottom 3 hitters in the lineup, the third baseman in Carter Aldretti, the first baseman Baker Mendoza, and the shortstop Jeff Hopi. Again, the Volcanoes won yesterday in a game that was shortened and called after a rain delay. They beat the Boise Hawks by a score of 4-1. Here to talk about that game is the Volcanoes acting manager in Nestor Rojas. So Ness, although the Volcanoes beat the Boise Hawks in 5 1/3 total innings, are going into the bottom of the 6th, so 5 1/3 going into the bottom of the 6th. One of the big moments coming out of it was the performance from Kervin Castro, the latest in a trend so far in the series of consistent starting pitching, 5 1/3, allowing 3 hits, allowing 1 run, striking out 6, getting his first win since he appeared in the All-Star game. What was your opinion? What stood out to you the most about Kervin's performance on the mound?
He threw the ball really well, like you saying. You know, he was mixing pitches. His fastball, like it's been since the beginning, got some life yesterday, and you know he was hitting spots and they did really, really well.
The biggest number that I could find regarding the matchup between the Volcanoes and the Hawks is 12. That's how many wins that the Volcanoes have had against the Hawks this year. They are 12-2. What is a consistent factor in the Volcanoes beating Boise, both here and at Memorial Stadium in Boise, going back to the first game of the season when the Volcanoes walked off in 12 innings here?
I mean, it is like I've been telling you, it is baseball. Sometimes we play better against one. We play really good baseball against them, and we getting those results. So, like I say, we don't change our game plan. We just go out there and we look like we feel really a little bit comfortable with their pitching. I mean, on our offense side, and we're making pitches and we're making plays for our pitchers.
And the final question is regarding the fact that the game had to end in a rain delay. It lasted about 37 minutes, the shortest game time all year, 2 hours, 25 minutes. What was it like having a game stopped early because of rain, especially right in the middle of what looked like the Volcanoes were having a huge inning?
I mean, it is bad, because like you say, I feel like that inning is going to be a big inning. But on the good side of that, it is like you say, it was only a couple of minutes of the game, and we got the W and we got a little bit more time to rest, so it was pretty good.
And that was the Volcanoes acting manager, Ernesto Rojas, talking about yesterday's game. And just realizing during the interview, I didn't talk about exactly what happened in yesterday's game, other than it ended in the bottom of the sixth inning. But here is what happened in yesterday's game. Started off in the bottom of the second inning. The Volcanoes took a 1-0 lead on a sacrifice fly by Brandon Martirano, which scored Yorlis Rodriguez from third base. They jumped out on a 1-0 lead. But Boise, against Volcano starter Kervin Castro, would tie the game on an RBI double by the 9-hitter in Vladimir Delone, which scored Brian Quijada. In the bottom of the fifth inning, the Volcanoes would get the lead back with a solo home run by Jeff Hoppe. His fourth home run of the season made it 2-1. And just like it was mentioned in the pregame interview in the bottom of the sixth inning, before a rain delay was called, 2 runs have scored for the Volcanoes. They had one out with a runner at second base, and that one out was on a sacrifice fly by Armani Smith, which scored Carter Aldretti, who is a pinch hitter for Marco Luciano, after he was taken out of the game after hitting a double in the third inning. Canario then scoring on a wild pitch from the Hawks' first relief pitcher in Colton Harlow. And then the 2 umpires for yesterday's game at home plate, Austin Nelson, and at the infield at Willie Traynor, both called it. Like it was said, 37 minutes. That was the total for the rain delay, which bring the game total to 2 hours and 25 minutes. Again, the final score in that game, the Volcanoes 4 runs over Boise. 4-1 was the final score, with Kervin Castro getting his 5th win of the season. As the Volcanoes now getting ready to have the national anthem player at Volcano Stadium, getting the defense onto the field. And now make it a really good time for us to go to our final break for the final game of this 3-game series. It is Volcanoes and Hawks at Volcano Stadium. Right after this break, you're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You'll love the fresh selection of fruits and veggies at Jones Farm Produce this summer. You can save 50% if you stop by halfpriceoregon.com and pick up a $10 gift certificate for just $5. The Jones family grows and sells delicious products direct to the public at their fruit stand on River Road North in Keizer. Visit their ice cream stand too. Get a $10 gift certificate for just $5 only at halfpriceoregon.com.
Built as user-friendly as it is budget-friendly, the Kubota Z100 zero-turn mower can maneuver any landscape and cut a lawn worth admiring. With smooth controls and a cut that's adjustable right from the seat, this machine makes mowing way more comfortable, all while delivering professional-grade results. Find yours at your local dealer. Kubota. Shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor, just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent, and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
You're looking to buy a home. You want to upgrade, downsize, and get into a home that truly fits your life right now. But you don't know how much your house will sell for, and you have no idea if it will be enough for a down payment on the house of your dreams. So you start thinking, we're going to have to stay in this house forever. Hi, I'm Katie Canales from Team Canales and Landmark Professional Mortgage, and we have good news for hopeful home buyers. You do not need to save a fortune to buy a home. That's right, you can get into a new home with a low down payment or even no down payment at all. Recently, we helped a growing family keep their current house as a rental and buy their new, bigger home with very little down. Now they are in a home that they love and are earning equity in 2 homes instead of just 1. To see if you qualify to buy a home with a low down payment, apply to get pre-approved at bestloanprogram.com. The form takes less than 5 minutes to complete, and you'll know if you're approved in less than 24 hours. Go to bestloanprogram.com now so you can make a great move into a great house. Or call me at 503-385-4040.
NMLS Company ID 399162. NMLS ID 270783. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Sergeant Mike. You know you need to change your home or office locks ever so often to make sure everything is secure. You've had employees come and go over the years. You may have given your house key to someone that has lost your trust. It's just a smart thing to do, and do it when you think of it. I'm here to remind you that some people want to steal your property. Call Larry's Locksmith and have them fix that situation for you. Find them quickly at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com, serving the entire Mid-Valley.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutobody.com. Jackson'sAutobody.com.
Welcome to the ballpark. It's time for Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball. Presented by Power Kia, Legacy Health, McDonald's, Les Schwab Tires, PT Northwest, Chevron Extra Mile, by Mart, Fitzpatrick Painting, and Green Acres Landscape. Now it's time to play ball. With the play-by-play of your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, here's Payne Paget on 1430 KYKM. Salem is listening.
Good everybody, and a howdy ho from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. Currently 74 degrees and mostly sunny right now at Volcano Stadium for the third and final game of this three-game regular season series against the Boise Hawks. The Volcanoes have won the first two games, and they are looking for the sweep. They are playing in their final regular season game against the Boise Hawks, 15 games in total. And right now, the Volcanoes, they are 12-2 against the Boise Hawks this year, winning their last 9 games. As they will be looking for their 10th straight here on August 22nd, 2019. The starting pitcher for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes here in today's game will be 22-year-old Travis Perry out of Morristown, New Jersey, making his 13th appearance and his 8th start this year. 4-2 with an ERA of 3.15. He'll also be making his third home appearance this year. In his second consecutive home start, his fourth home appearance and his second consecutive home start. The first pitch from Travis Perry to the right fielder, who is Armani Smith. And the first pitch from Perry to Joe Alt will be a fly ball to the right fielder Armani Smith at 6:35 p.m. just in time for some Volcanoes baseball. That was on the first pitch that Travis Perry threw. A fastball to Alt, who has been swinging at the first pitch in the last 2 games at the leadoff spot. And we now go to the number 2 hitter in LJ Hatch, just like that. First pitch is a ball 1 on a fastball up and above the zone, inside above the letters. The defensive alignment from the Volcanoes, Perry on the mound, Brandon Martirano behind the plate. And the 1-0 pitch, Travis Perry trying to use that curveball, but it goes inside at 2-0. On the infield for the Volcanoes at third base will be Carter Aldretti. Shortstop is Jeff Hope. The second baseman is Yorlis Rodriguez, and the first baseman is Baker Mendoza. The 2-0 pitch is a fastball inside at 3-0. And on the outfield at left field is Quan Atkins. The center fielder, Alex Canario, and the right fielder is Armani Smith. The 3-0 pitch is a fastball above the knees, strike 1 looking. The lineup for the Boise Hawks, it will be Joe Alt, LJ Hatch, and Daniel Cope. It will be the first 3 hitters in the inning. The 3-1 pitch, that is a ball 4 on a check swing fastball inside. The infield umpire for tonight's game, Austin Nelson, on the first base side, saying that he did not go. And it was a 3-ball, 1 strikeout. Boise will have a runner on first base with 1 out in the top of the first to start things off. As the designated hitter, Daniel Cope, walks up to the plate. He was 1 for 3 2 days ago and 0 for 2 yesterday in that shortened game. And his only hit was that solo home run he had off of Connor Nurse a couple of days ago. Perry getting the sign from Martirano. The windup in the first pitch is a strike 1 looking on a fastball above the knees, a little outside. Runner on first base to start things off. L.J. Hatch at first base. The 0-1 swing and a miss and a strike 2. On a fastball down low from Perry. And also entering today's game, we also had a couple of departures from the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes roster. The first one being pitcher Clay Helvey, who has been promoted up to play for the San Jose Giants. Perry, the count at 0-2. The windup and the pitch, that's a ball 1. Ball getting away from Martirano as he takes his time to pick up the baseball, which gives L.J. Hatch a lot of time to go to second base. He'll get the second on the wild pitch. And the Hawks have a runner on second base in scoring position with 1 out in the top of the first. Very similar situation to what Kervin Castro had yesterday, as he left a runner on third base after he got on an error. A ball and 2 strikes. Travis Perry getting the sign from Martirano. And the other departure is announced earlier today is regarding Marco Luciano. The 1-2 pitch, a curveball inside, swing and a miss and a strike 3. He'll get him for out number 2 in the top of the first. Brings up the first baseman in Tyler Planter, who only started in the first game of the series, went 0 for 3 with a walk and 3 strikeouts. And the situation regarding Luciano, during yesterday's game, he hit a double, but as he was passing the second base bag, it looked like he had some discomfort in his leg. And it was announced that he will be going back down to Arizona for treatment. First pitch is a ball 1 up and inside on a 1-0 count. So the announcement will be that Luciano will not be on the Volcanoes roster for the rest of the year, as he'll be treated. As for Clay Helvey, it was announced that he will be back on the roster before the season would end. Most likely after the Vancouver series is over. And the 1-0 pitch is a curveball for a ball 2, just gets above the strike zone on a 2-0 count. And as for the Vancouver series, going back to that, we also have the starting rotation as of today for the 4 games. The 2-0 pitch is a fastball, swing and a miss, and a strike 1. That one going under the letters, and Planter swings at it on a 2-ball and 1 strike count. So the rotation for all 4 games starting tomorrow, it'll be Jacier Herrera tomorrow. It'll be Norwith Godino, who will be pitching for Prelander Baroa, who is one of a few players who will be going down to Arizona during the series. The 2-1 pitch is a foul ball. It'll hit the netting as Planter will get under a fastball, and the count is even at 2-2. Once again, Planter, in his only start in this series, he went 0 for 3 with a walk, and the 3 times that he got out were all on strikeouts. As Baroa will not play in the 4-game series up in Canada. It'll be Norwith Godino. The 2-2 pitch is a ground ball fielded by Jeff Hoppe, the shortstop. Throws the first, and it'll get Planter out at first base. And the Boise Hawks will leave a runner on second base in the top of the first. And for the second straight game, they leave a runner in scoring position. No runs on no hits, no errors, and a runner left on. Boise 0, Volcanoes coming up. Going into the bottom of the first inning, where it will be Will Etheridge against Quan Adkins, Yorlis Rodriguez, and Alex Canario. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is a proud sponsor of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. This is a team that puts their heart and soul into every game, whether it's at home or Volcano Stadium or a game in someone else's hometown. Before you head out to your next adventure in a new town or destination, stop by your local Les Schwab for a free visual alignment and brake check. It's the perfect double play for a safe driving experience. Or ask about the Les Schwab free pre-trip safety check. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Northeast. $2 Tuesday is the perfect time to visit North Block Coffee at 640 Commercial Northeast. All 12-ounce drinks are just $2 all day long on Tuesday. Cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, blended coffees, cold brews, Italian sodas, hot chocolate smoothies, and all kinds of iced teas are just $2 on $2 Tuesdays at North Block Coffee on Commercial Northeast. When you pull in, you'll get a smile and have your drink made perfect. See North Block Coffee on Facebook and Instagram.
Hi, this is Grant Kendall, Financial Advisor with Edward Jones in Salem, Oregon. Join me each weekday at 2 p.m. for the Closing Bell Stock Market Report here on 1430 KYKN. I will cover the results of the day's market activity and report on local stocks. If you're thinking about your investments or retirement, let's meet and discuss a plan for you. Grant Kendall, Financial Advisor with Edward Jones. Join me here at 2 o'clock every weekday afternoon for the Closing Stock Market Report. You can reach me at grant.kendall@edwardjones.com, member SIPC.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here on the bottom of the first inning. A scoreless top of the first is all that this game has to offer so far as Boise leaves a runner on second base. The Hawks bringing in their starting pitcher, of making his second start against the Volcanoes this year. It is 21-year-old Will Etheridge, who was drafted out of Ole Miss. He has thrown 4 innings in his last 2 starts, or 8 innings in his last 2 starts, 4 per game, as he will be put on a limited pitch count and limited innings here today because he was drafted in the 2019 draft. First pitch from Etheridge to Quan Adkins is a fastball under the knees and outside, but it's called a strike one. Etheridge, the short step back of the windup 0-1. That's a chopper. That one will get past the shortstop and LJ Hatch. And Quan Adkins starting off strong for the Volcanoes with a leadoff single down the center field. There is the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez, who has had 3 runs and 4 hits in his last 2 games. He went 2 for 3 yesterday in that rain-shortened game and went 2 for 4 2 days ago in the first game. As Rodriguez has shown himself to be a pretty good player in the past couple of days. First pitch from Etheridge to Rodriguez is a foul chopper. That goes towards the Boise dugout past the third base side. Count starts off at 0-1. So the rotation for the Volcanoes, as we know for sure, will be Jacier Herrera, Norwith Godino, Connor Nurse, and Kervin Castro in the 4 games that the Volcanoes will play up at Nat Bailey Stadium in Vancouver, British Columbia. Etheridge to wind up at 0-1. The pitch, that is a short foul chopper as Adkins was running towards second base. Willie Traynor, the home plate umpire, called time. And the count is at 0-2. The defensive alignment for the Boise Hawks on the mound is Will Etheridge behind the plate. Today will be Nick Motley. On the infield at third base is Vladimir Delone. The shortstop is LJ Hatch. The second baseman is Robert Metz. And the first baseman is Tyler Planter. On the outfield at left field is Yorvis Torrealba. Center fielder is Joe Alt. And the right fielder is Trevor Boone, while Daniel Cope is the designated hitter. The 0-2 pitch is a check swing for a ball 1. That ball gets past the shortstop. Or no, it gets past the second baseman in Robert Metz, gets into center field, and the throw from the center fielder out to third gets past Delone, the third baseman. So Quan Adkins going to second base on a stolen base, his 10th of the year, but will go to third on an error by the catcher Motley. That one went past the shortstop Hatch in the center field. And it wasn't until Adkins saw that that ball was in center field that he started running. The throw from the center fielder, Joe Iltz, beat Adkins by more than a mile, but the ball got past the third baseman, Delone. And got past his glove as he tried to pick it, so the Volcanoes now have a runner on third. And the 1-2 pitch is a fly ball. This one going into right field. Trevor Boone is under it. He'll make the play. There's a play at the plate, and he is out of the plate. Adkins gets out at home plate. Nick Motley tagging him just in time before he was able to touch home plate. And the game will stay scoreless. Yorlis Rodriguez on an 0-2 pitch, a fly ball to the right fielder, Trevor Boone. And Nestor Rojas now going to talk to Willie Traynor, the home plate umpire, about the call. Looked like It was a close play at the plate, but it was hard to tell at first if Motley was able to hold on to the baseball, but I guess he did, and that will be a 9-2 for a double play for the first 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Etheridge against the center fielder and Alex Canario, the windup and the first pitch. That is a check swing and a foul ball. Well, I guess that ball got contact, and it did. It was rolling towards the Volcanoes dugout on the first base side. Yeah, the count starts off at 0-1. Etheridge with one other start against the Volcanoes back on July 22nd. The 0-1 pitch is a ball one on a fastball under the knees outside. He threw 3 perfect innings against the Volcanoes. Brought his ERA down a lot from 9 to 5.63. The 1-1 pitch by Etheridge is inside, above the letters at ball 2. He also struck out 2 batters in the process. That was back on July 22nd. And that was his 3rd start. Etheridge, 2 balls and 1 strike to Canario. The pitch, that is way inside. That one going above the knees, but Canario having to move out of the way and is pushed him out of the hitter's box. Has to go back in to reposition himself. And the count is now at 3 balls and 1 strike. Etheridge at one point in the last start was online for the win as the Hawks led 2-0 at the end of 3. The 3-1 pitch is a hard hit shot going to left field. Back goes Torrealba. Torrealba still going back. He's at the warning track. It goes over his head. Canario's going to go to second base. And that would be a 2-out double for Alex Canario. He has 15 on the season. And that 2-bagger brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. The Volcanoes with a 2-out double. And they'll have another chance to get a run on the board here in the bottom of the first inning. That one getting over the head of the left fielder in Torrealba. As Canario is now tied with 2 other players, Spokane's Blaine Krim and Vancouver's Tanner Morris for doubles in a season. He is now 1 of 3 with 15. He was tied with Jeff Hoppe for 2nd in the league with 14. Now here's the right fielder Armani Smith. He has the highest batting average among all the players in the lineup with a .313 average. First pitch is a swing and a miss and a strike 1. So in Etheridge's last start, the Volcanoes were trailing 2-0 after Etheridge was taken out of the game. The Volcanoes would cut that lead down to 2-1, and then they would score 5 runs in the 7th inning to take a lead 6-2. They would win by a score of 6-5 in the final game at Memorial Stadium. The 0-1 pitch is inside, above the knees on a fastball, 1-1. That was also the first game that the Volcanoes played after they clinched the Northwest League first half division title. It was the final game of the first half of the season. 1 ball and 1 strike. Etheridge to wind up in the pitch. That is a check swing on a pitch that was under the knees for strike 2. Calling that on a changeup, a ball and 2 strikes. So Canario is at first base. The Volcanoes with a chance to get another run on the board. They have another runner in scoring position. Etheridge getting the sign from Nick Motley. The windup and the 1-2 pitch. That is a swing and a foul. That one a slow roller going towards the Volcanoes dugout on the first base side. Doesn't go far. And the count will stay at a ball and 2 strikes. That one was on a changeup from Will Etheridge. The inning started off on a leadoff single by Adkins. A stolen base moved them to second, and an error moved them to third. And a play at home plate got him out, and that is why the game has remained scoreless. A ball and 2 strikes. Etheridge, the windup and the pitch. That is a fly ball foul past the first base side. And the count staying at 1-2. The Boise Hawks are going to be playing in interleague play as well after today, while the Volcanoes will be playing 4 games at Vancouver. They're going to be playing 4 games at Tri-City. And the 1-2 pitch is a swing and a miss and a fastball for strike 3. Motley, the throw to first, that gets past the first baseman Plantera. Runs going to score. Another error by Boise's Nick Motley, and the Volcanoes now lead 1-0. Alex Canario strolling the third base because it looked like it would have been the final out. While Nick Motley throws a floater to the first baseman Plantera. I guess that got past his glove and right near the first base line. And the Volcanoes now lead 1-0 on the second error of the inning by Nick Motley. Armani Smith strikes out. It'll be an error that'll keep him at first base. And the Volcanoes will get their first run on the board, 1-0. Here's the catcher, Brandon Martirano. It was in the middle of his at-bat where a rain delay was called with a runner on second. But before that, he was 0 for 1. Wind up in the first pitch under the knees outside for ball one. He had a sacrifice fly in yesterday's game. And throw to first to try and get Armani Smith is not in time. And that third strike that Motley picked up, that didn't even roll far. It just got out of the circle near home plate where Motley picked it up. And it looked like it would have been an easy play to end the inning, but it was a floater that got past the first baseman, Tyler Plantera, the 1-0. That is a foul ball that'll hit the netting right near the Volcanoes on-deck circle and the on-deck hitter in Harrison Freed. So the Volcanoes starting off this game 1-0. With a 1-0 lead, they're looking for their 40th victory of the season. 1-1. Etheridge in the stretch, wind up in the pitch at his upstairs and a fastball. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. The Volcanoes had 39 wins in 2015, the last time they went to the playoffs. And they have 39 wins now with a lot of games to spare. 2 balls, 1 strike. Etheridge to pitch, swing and a miss. And the count was 2-1. Now the count is 2-2. The last time that the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have had 40 or more wins was back in 2013, where they won both the first and second half Northwest League South Division titles. They had 47 wins. The 2-2 pitch, that is a foul ball. That one going over the Volcanoes dugout. And it'll hit the netting past the first base side. Count will stay at 2-2. The Volcanoes, they had a record of 47-29. And there's even a chance that they'll go past that win-loss record because they right now have 26 losses. And during that season, in the semifinals, they got swept in 2 games by Boise. And the 2-2 pitch is a ball 3 on a fastball inside. Count is full at 3-2. They got swept in 2 games in the Northwest League South Division semifinals that year by Boise, who would lose in 3 games to the Vancouver Canadians back when the championship was a 3-game series. When both the semifinals and the championship were a 3-game series. The payoff pitch is a fly ball going right near the right field line. Trevor Boone running for it, but it'll hook foul. The count will stay at a full count at 3-2. And it wouldn't be until 2017 where the Northwest League would adopt the 5-game Northwest League Championship Series. But they would still have a 3-game semifinal. The payoff pitch is a fly ball past the first base line. That will stay foul. That one just getting past the netting of the Volcanoes dugout going into the seating. An 8-pitch at-bat for Will Etheridge is an at-bat that would have been prevented if Nick Motley didn't throw a floater to Tyler Plantera that went over his glove, which allowed the first run of the game for the Volcanoes to score. The count is full. The payoff pitch, that is a foul ball. That one hitting the backstop. And now we will go to our 10th pitch in the at-bat in the bottom of the first inning. The Volcanoes leading 1-0. They had a shot at making it 2-0, but Quan Adkins got thrown out at home plate. Alex Canario then with a 2-out double. He was strolling over to third as Armani Smith was trying to go to first after he struck out swing, but the ball got past the catcher Motley. Motley tried to go to first, but the ball will go past the glove of the first baseman, allowing Canario to score. And that one makes it the 1-0 score. The payoff pitch is another foul ball. That one hitting the netting above the Volcanoes on deck circle. And Harrison Freed, as we now go to our 11th pitch in the at-bat. So the Volcanoes, this would be the first time that they would go to the playoffs since the Northwest League adopted that 5-game championship series instead of just normal 3 games. The payoff pitch, that's a shot going in the right field. Trevor Boone is under it. Boone is at the warning track, and he'll make the catch. He'll catch it at the last second after trying to fight the sun, but a run would score. I believe it will be unearned because he scored on an error. On 2 hits, 2 errors, and 1 runner left on. The Volcanoes taking a 1-0 lead going into the top of the second. Travis Perry against Yorvis Torrealba, Trevor Boone, and Robert Metz. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Oh, the secret life of moms. In summer, it centers on finding fun ways to keep the kids happy. Like the Oregon State Fair. Sure, take them. But don't be surprised if you end up finding your own fun. At the fair, I mean.
Friday, August 23rd is the Mattress Firm Foster Kids School Supply Drive Day. You're invited to drop off new school supplies at any entrance to the Oregon State Fair on opening day. A benefit for foster kids in our area at the Oregon State Fair.
No dental insurance coverage? That is no problem at Northwest Dental Arts. This is Dr. Jennifer Frankel inviting you to take a look at our in-house dental benefits plan. After payment of an annual fee, you receive 2 dental cleanings, 2 exams, and any necessary x-rays. Those enrolled in the plan also receive 30% off of any other dental treatment they need, such as fillings and crowns. There are no waiting periods and no limits. Call us today at 503-463-4663 or find us online at smilesthatshine.com. That's smilesthatshine.com.
Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the second inning after a guy was thrown out at home plate, a 2-out double, and a throw past the first baseman for Boise after a strike 3 that got away from the catcher. The Volcanoes lead by a score of 1-0. It was a very wild bottom of the first inning after Quan Atkins got thrown out at home plate. Alex Canario had the 2-out double. Armani Smith struck out, but the catcher Nick Motley committed his second error of the inning by throwing the ball past the glove of the first baseman Tyler Planter, which allowed Canario to score, and right now gives the Volcanoes a 1-0 lead. Here is the pitcher Travis Perry, who will face off against the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the inning, which will be the left fielder Yorvis Torrealba, the right fielder Trevor Boone, and the second baseman in Robert Metz. Perry, the windup and the first pitch will be a fastball up and inside for a 1-0 count. Perry did a pretty solid job of getting out of the top of the first as he left a runner at second base. This is the only game going on at the moment. And the 1-0 pitch is a curveball, swing and a miss, and a strike 1. As Torrealba is hitting in the 5 spot after being in the 2 spot for the last 2 games. The 1-1. That is a ball 2 on a fastball. Just gets a little low, goes above the knees. 2 balls, 1 strike. Torrealba at the 2 spot yesterday was 0 for 3 and was 0 for 3 2 days ago and got hit by a pitch. The 2-1 pitch by Perry, that is a curveball that Torrealba takes a chance at and will swing it foul past the first base side, gets off of the seating. In a 2-ball, 2-strike count, Travis Perry struck out Daniel Cope for the second out of the first. And Perry, the windup and the 2-2 to Torrealba. That is a slow roller. That one fielded by Travis, who will throw to first. He'll get Torrealba out at first base. A nice heads-up play by Travis Perry. He immediately ran on the halfway point between the mound and home plate to field that ball, and will throw to the first baseman, Baker Mendoza, to get Yorvis Torrealba out at first base for out number 1. Here is the right fielder in Trevor Boone, who threw Quan Adkins out at home plate easily just earlier in the inning. He went 1 for 4 with a double and a run yesterday, and the first pitch will hit Boone right onto the side on his left side, and he'll toss the bat up in the air. As Boone, he is visibly frustrated. He has his hands to his side as both the first base and third base coaches for Boise, as well as the team trainer, is walking up. The third base coach in Steve Solis, while Zach Hall, who is the first base coach, is currently standing right next to him. As Trevor Boone, he got hit by a pitch. And after the fact, he got visibly frustrated. It looked like he got frustrated a little bit towards Travis Perry for throwing him there. But that's the extent of what we could find out here just by looking at what happened. First pitch is a curveball outside for a ball 1 to the starting second baseman in Robert Metz. He didn't start in the first game, but he did start in the second game and went 0 for 2 with a double play and a fly out to right field. And ironically enough, when he hit that double play, it was in front of Brian Quijada at first base, who got hit by a pitch. And the 1-0 pitch is a fastball that Metz will hit down the third base side, foul. So the Volcanoes with a 1-0 lead over the Boise Hawks in the final game of this series. Hillsboro and Eugene just starting up in the top of the first. Spokane and Everett still warming up, and Vancouver and Tri-City will be starting up in about 10 minutes, 7:15 start time. The 1-1 pitch by Perry, that is a fastball inside, above the letters, 2 balls and a strike. Now the Volcanoes looking to get a 500 record in second half play after losing 6 straight road games earlier in the second half play. The 2-1 pitch, that's a ground ball past the third base side, past Aldretti. Trevor Boone going to third base. He throw to third. Will not go to third base, but it will go to second as Robert Metz, it's his first extra base hit as a Boise Hawk. He was 3 for 27. Now make that 4 for 28 as the Boise Hawks will have runners on second and third base with 1 out in the second inning. Here's Nick Motley, the starting catcher, who is the recipient of a couple of errors that were against him in the bottom of the first inning. He'll now be walking up to the plate for the first time. So with 1 out in the second inning, the Hawks have runners on second and third base with 1 out. That one, a ground ball that just gets past the glove of the third baseman, Carter Aldretti, who wasn't stationed near the bag far enough. That one, a pop fly, and that one's going over the netting by a lot. That may have even gone over the skyboxes behind home plate. And the count will go at 0-1. So Robert Metz with his first extra base hit as a Boise Hawk this year. Trevor Boone will be going to third as Quan Adkins, the left fielder, threw to second to try and get Metz, and he couldn't get him. The windup and the 0-1 pitch, that's upstairs, and a fastball 1-1. So the game-tying run for Boise is at third base. The go-ahead run at second, as the Volcanoes are looking to get 40 wins in a season for the first time since 2013. Perry in the stretch, wind up, and the 1-1 count. That is inside. That is a ball 2 on a fastball that almost hit Motley. The defensive shift right now, you have Aldretti, who is hugging the line at third base now. more than he was when Robert Metz was at the plate. You have the shortstop Jeff Hoppe, who was on the line in short left field. You have Yorlis Rodriguez, who is in right center, right near the bag, and you have Baker Mendoza, who is almost at the infield grass. The 2-1 pitch by Perry is a hard hit shot that is ripped down the left field line, but that will go very foul. And the Volcanoes will force it to a 2-2 count. Travis Perry will force it to a 2-2 count. This will be the last home game for the Volcanoes until they play their final 2 games of the regular season here on September 1st and 2nd against the Eugene Emeralds on September 1st. First pitch will be at 5:05. On the 2nd, it'll be at 4:05. Before they'll take a day off on the 3rd to get ready for the Northwest League playoffs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Travis Perry in a bit of a pickle right here. Runners on second and third base with 1 out. And the Volcanoes are leading 1-0. That was also the first hit for Boise. Here in the top of the second. 2-2. Perry, the windup and the pitch at the curveball. Straight. No, it goes past Hoppe, the shortstop. It looked like it would have gone to the third baseman, Aldretti. But both Aldretti and Hoppe could not get the baseball. That one getting into the hole in left field. Motley with an RBI single. And Boise would tie the game up at 1 apiece. Robert Metz going to third and is still with 1 out here in the second inning. As Boise, once again, after the Volcanoes take a 1-0 lead, they make it a whole new ball game here in the top of the second inning, here in the final game of this 3-game series. Here is the number 9 hitter in Vladimir Delone, who hit an RBI double down the first base line. That tied the game up over there. First pitch is a fastball outside for a ball 1. Delone was looking to bunt for it, but will not get the chance to. Delone bringing his batting average up from 182 to 189 after that RBI double. It was his 4th double of the season. As Travis Perry trying to keep this a tie game, 1 apiece in the top of the second. Windup and the 1-0 pitch from Travis Perry. The windup, that is at the helmet of Delone, and he is down. Vladimir Delone, a little bit in a state of shock. He is sitting up, and he is got up on his own power. The trainer forcing him from making any more quick movements. That was a fastball straight to the helmet of Vladimir Delone, and it forced the helmet off of his head, too. As Fred Ocasio, the fundamentals coach for Boise, Steve Solis, as well as the Hawks trainer, going to check on Delone to see if he has a concussion. The Hawks will now have the bases loaded. It is a very scary scene, a very scary incident in which Travis Perry throwing a fastball inside, Delone trying to bunt for it, and it gets off of the helmet of Vladimir Delone, as he will now walk to first base. As the Hawks will have the bases loaded, he will walk on his own power with the developmental coach Fred Ocasio, the manager Steve Solis, as well as the team trainer walking back to the Hawks dugout. He is walking to first base on his own power, while the Volcanoes pitching coach Dwight Bernard during that time was walking up to talk to Travis Perry. The Hawks, they have tied the game up at 1 apiece and is still with 1 out here in the top of the second inning. And now Perry will once again face off against the leadoff hitter in Joe Iltz. Who flew out to the right fielder and Armani Smith in the first. Wind up in the first pitch is a curveball. That would go inside under the letters on a 1-0 count. The Hawks with the bases loaded. Trevor Boone, who got hit by a pitch before Delone did, scored on an RBI single by Motley. Robert Metz with a double down the third base line. Nick Motley with a single that goes past the hole between third and short into left. Motley with his 6th RBI of the year. And now the home plate umpire, Austin Nelson, or my mistake, home plate umpire Willie Traynor, looks like was saying something to Travis over there on the mound. They were saying something, but now they are back into playing some baseball. The count at 2-0. The windup and the pitch is a foul ball that'll hit the netting near the Volcanoes on deck circle on the first base side at 2-1. So far, all of Joe Iltz's pitches that he's gotten contact off of in the first 3 games, whether fair or not, have been down the first base line in right field. Armani Smith at right, not hugging the line. 2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch, that is a shot. That one going in the center field. That goes the center fielder Canario, who calls for it, is going to make the catch. The throw cut off by the first baseman, and Boise's going to take a 2-1 lead on a sacrifice fly by Joe Iltz. That will score Robert Metz from third easily as the throw is cut off by the first baseman. The runners will advance, or a runner will advance. Nick Motley going to third base. Vladimir Deloney is going to stay at first. Joe Iltz getting his 15th RBI, and Boise will be taking a 2-1 lead, their first lead in this entire series. And will now go to the shortstop L.J. Hatch, who has walked on 4 pitches. Perry got the sign from Brandon Martirano, the Volcanoes catcher for tonight's game. And the windup, first pitch, that is a fastball low and it outside for a ball 1. This game still in the top of the second inning. Boise leading 2-1. That is a curveball by Perry. A little bit of a floater there, but it goes a little outside. Goes under the letters, and it'll be called a strike 1, a 1-1 count. And the throw to first by Perry trying to get to Vladimir Deloney is not in time, so all the other games around the Northwest League, this is the only one that has runs on the board. It's still very early in this ball game. The Volcanoes do still have a chance to sweep, but right now they trail by a score of 2-1. The windup in the 1-1 pitch, that's a shot going to left field. Back goes Adkins. Adkins, he is under it, trying to find the ball. He'll make the catch. Crashing into the wall is Quan Adkins. No, he drops it. 1 run's going to score. And L.J. Hatch will go to second base. Adkins, it looked like he had the ball, but he crashed into the wall, and he drops it. And now Adkins is a little shaken up over in left field. Nestor Rojas, the manager as well as the trainer, both running out in the left field, trying to check on Adkins, as well as the center fielder Alex Canario, who are both trying to run after him. Adkins, he was tracking the ball from L.J. Hatch. It got in and out of the glove of Adkins, but he crashed into the wall in left field. And now they are currently checking on him. A couple of more runs will score. Motley will score, and Vladimir Deloney will score all the way from first. Boise now leading by a score of 4-1, but right now we'll have to look at the condition of Quan Adkins, currently being checked on by the Volcanoes manager and Nestor Rojas, the team trainer, as well as the center fielder Canario and the third baseman Carter Aldretti walking in from his position to go check on him. As I believe from here, right near the wall in left field, that he is up. It looks like, it's hard to tell from over here in the press box, but he is getting a little bit of help walking. He is, looks like he has a little bit of a limp. Just a tiny bit, as he is slowly walking from left field. That ball, Quan Adkins trying to find the baseball, but he was paying attention on where the ball was, trying to fight the sun at the same time. And he was doing those two things so much that when he made contact with the ball, when the ball got in his glove, he crashed into the wall. And at first, it looked like he held on to the baseball. It would have been a sensational catch, but then you see the call from the infield umpire in Austin Nelson, who said that he did not make the catch, and 2 runs would score. L.J. Hatch will be going to second base. Alex Canario having the field that one, and Boise has now scored 4 runs in this top of the second and will lead by a score of 4-1. Quan Adkins will be taken out of the game and will be taken out for Jairo Pomares in left field. Still waiting on a result to see if they're going to call that an error or a hit. I believe they're going to call that a hit, and they will. A 2-run double for L.J. Hatch, his 3rd double with the Hawks, which would score Nick Motley and Vladimir Delone. Adkins will be taken out of the game. He'll be taken out for Jairo Pomares, as Adkins will also be hitting for Adkins. Jairo Pomares also will be hitting for Adkins in the leadoff spot as well, if Adkins is not able to go back onto the field of play. We have no word at the moment whether he'll be back onto the field, but what we do know as a fact that he has been taken out of the game at this moment, in the top of the second, and has been replaced by Jairo Pomares at left field for the time being. So Boise will have a runner on second base. They're going to call that a 2-run double by L.J. Hatch. Boise now leads by a score of 4-1. Travis Perry, the windup and a curveball outside for a ball 1 to the designated hitter in Daniel Cope. It'll look like from here that Adkins made the catch after he crashed into the wall in left center. But then the umpire said that he is safe. He actually dropped the ball. A ball and no strikes. Perry, the windup and the pitch. That is a ball 2 on another curveball by Perry. That one getting away from the pitcher, or getting away from the catcher, Brandon Martirano. Daniel Cope is up. He is the only strikeout victim by Travis Perry so far tonight. Hatch also with his 2nd and 3rd RBIs of the year with Boise. 2 balls and a strike. Perry, the windup and the pitch. That is a ball 3 on a fastball low. And under the zone and under the knees. We're still in the top of the second inning. Boise now leading Salem-Keizer by a score of 4-1. 3 balls and no strikes. Perry, the windup and the pitch. That is inside, and a ball 4, and Travis Perry has walked Daniel Cope on 4 pitches. And Boise will continue the inning with the 9th batter of the inning in Tyler Planter. No errors by the Volcanoes, but there are 4 runs and 3 hits, with all 4 runs and all 3 hits coming in this inning. Travis Perry also with 42 pitches so far through an inning and 2/3. 20 of them are strikes. First pitch to Planter is a swing and a miss, and a fastball that goes down under the knees, but Planter will still swing at it for an 0-1 count to start things off. With runners on first and second for Boise, the windup in the 0-1. That is a curveball for a strike 2 looking. That was a hanging curveball that will fall above the knees, and the count is at 0-2. So Boise, after trailing 1-0, they now lead by a score of 4-1. It was 2-1 after a 2-run double by L.J. Hatch. As Adkins would, with almost an amazing catch, but unfortunately he'll be taken out of the game after he crashed into the wall. An 0-2 pitch, a curveball, swing and a miss, and a strike 3, and that will end the top of the second inning. 4 runs, all of them will be earned on 1, 2, 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. The Volcanoes, they now trail by 3 going to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Did you know falling is the leading cause of injury in adults over the age of 60? The ability to keep one's balance is crucial for keeping an active lifestyle. PT Northwest's balance and fall prevention programs are available at our Staten, West Salem, and Keizer clinic locations. Learn more from PT Northwest today at ptnorthwest.com or call 503-371-8860. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem.
I'm here with Rich Kansky, owner of Green Acres Landscape. Rich, after 20 years, you've rebranded Green Acres. Can you give us some insight as to why the change?
Well, as we've evolved as a company over the last 20 years, we started with 2 employees, and now we have up to 50 employees that offer residential, commercial, municipal, and industrial landscape. We felt the need to better represent who we are as a company and share our business culture with our community.
See the new look of Green Acres Landscape on their website at greenacreslandscapeinc.com. Green Acres Landscape, leaving no footprint.
Extra Mile presents the exploits of Extra Man. What's up? In today's episode, Extra Man discovers a tear in the space-time continuum.
It's okay. Some duct tape will fix that right up.
But now, Extra Man finds himself trapped somewhere in the hunger vortex between breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, and dinner.
My hunger knows no bounds.
So how will Extra Man deal with this perpetual state of hunger?
Quick and easy. Run by Extra Mile convenience store at Chevron, grab some jerky, hot dog, taquitos, maybe a salad or fresh fruit, because it's always time for
Extra Mile. Extras every day at select Chevron locations.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the second inning. The Boise Hawks now lead the Volcanoes for the first time in this series by a score of 4-1 after they were trailing 4-0. It was a very active top of the second for both teams. For the Boise Hawks, who was getting 4 runs off of Travis Perry, while for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, it was allowing as the Volcanoes, they would allow 4 runs and would also lose their left fielder, Quan Atkins, after he collided onto the fence in left field trying to make a catch. The first pitch from Etheridge to Harrison Freed is a strike one looking. And the 0-1 pitch is a high chopper foul. That will go down the third base line, fielded by the third baseman, Vladimir Delone, and the count now at 0-2. It'll be Harrison Freed, Carter Aldretti, and Baker Mendoza, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for Salem-Keizer here in the bottom of the second inning. Etheridge, the windup and the 0-2 pitch to Freed that is outside, and a fastball under the knees at 1-2. Freed went 1 for 2 with a single and a fly out to left yesterday. It was in the lineup 2 days ago, going 1 for 4, and the 1-2 pitch is a fastball up and inside for a swing and a miss, strike 3. That is the second strikeout for Etheridge. Here's the third baseman in Carter Aldretti. So his batting 7th, will be playing at third base. Aldretti, he started in the first game, went 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly and a single in the bottom of the 8th, and came in as a pinch runner and pinch hitter for Marco Luciano and even got a run. Line up in the first pitch by Etheridge is a strike one looking on a fastball outside. So it'll be the same 3 hitters for Boise in the bottom of the third, or top of the third, as it was in the top of the second, with Yorvis Toriyama, Trevor Boone, and Robert Metz. The windup and the 0-1 count. Etheridge, the windup and the pitch. That is a ball 1 on a curveball inside to the third baseman Aldretti. Etheridge getting the sign from Nick Motley. The windup and the 1-1. That's another curveball, swing and a miss, and a strike 2. With 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning, the Hawks a trail by 3. After the Hawks scored all 4 of their runs in the top of the second inning, the Volcanoes scoring their only run in the bottom of the first. The 1-2 pitch is a fastball outside of under the knees, 2-2. Etheridge ahead of the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The windup and the pitch is a fastball under the knees for ball 3. A full count, 3-2 for Salem-Keizer. And the count is full at 3-2 with 1 out in the second inning. Etheridge getting the sign from Nick Motley. The windup and the payoff pitch. That is a ball 4 and a fastball inside and a little under the knees. Carter Aldretti will be walking the first base on a full count, and we'll start off the inning in terms of base running for the Volcanoes. As Baker Mendoza walks up to the plate, the Volcanoes, they trail by 3. Mendoza, the starting first baseman, he has done a pretty good job in the first 2 games of the series. Went 2 for 4 with a solo home run in the 4th inning, but unfortunately went 0 for 2 with a ground out and hit into a double play in yesterday's game. And that shortened game that ended in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch is a fastball that goes low and out on a 1-0 count. And a timeout by Boise. Nick Motley walking up to talk to the pitcher at Will Etheridge. The Boise Hawks scored all 4 of their runs in the top of the 2nd inning, with 2 of those runs coming in on a 2-run double by L.J. Hatch. As the Volcanoes will try and shorten that gap with a runner on first base and Carter Aldretti, who got on base on a full count walk. The windup and the 1-0 pitch, that is a fly ball foul past the first base line. Will Etheridge, the most innings that he has thrown is 4, and that was his last 2 starts. The least amount of innings that he has thrown is 2, and he allowed 3 runs in those 2 innings. And the throw to first from Etheridge trying to get to Carter Aldretti is not in time. So the Volcanoes, they are looking to get 40 wins this year for the first time since 2013, when they finished first place in the entire Northwest League South Division. Etheridge, the 1-1 pitch, that's a ball 2 inside to Mendoza. Under the letters, Mendoza being pushed back out of the hitter's box in a 2-ball, 1-strike count. It was in that season in 2013 where the Volcanoes had 47 wins. Right now they are 39-26. But for the Volcanoes in 2013, they finished 47-29. 2 balls and a strike. Etheridge the pitch. That is a strike 2 looking on a fastball under the knees. Down low is the bottom portion of the strike zone, but the count is at 2-2. Etheridge ahead of the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's a foul chopper past the third base side. The 2-ball, 2-strike count. So the Volcanoes won the Northwest League first and second half division titles in 2013 and finished with 47 wins. They lost in the Northwest League South Division Series in 2 games to the Boise Hawks. The 2-2 pitch, that's a swing and a miss. And a curveball from Will Etheridge for strike 3. That is the 3rd strikeout for Etheridge, the 2nd in this inning. As we now go to the starting shortstop in Jeff Hopey, who is currently now in sole possession of 2nd place in the Northwest League for doubles with 14 after Alex Canario had 15 in the first. Etheridge getting the sign from Nick Motley, peeks over to first and back at home plate. Wind up in the first pitch is a ball 1 outside on a fastball under the letters, 1-0 count. So the Volcanoes got swept in 2 games to the Boise Hawks, who at the time, instead of the Eugene Emeralds, it was actually the Boise Hawks, who were a Chicago Cubs affiliate in 2013. Hillsborough stayed with the Diamondbacks, and Eugene was actually an affiliate of the San Diego Padres. The 1-0 pitch got him with a fastball even the count up at 1-1. That one was above the letters, but it goes a little outside and has a little movement. And it is now even at 1-1. The Volcanoes with a runner on first base and Carter Aldretti. One thing to note here about the Hawks and their decision to put in Etheridge is that he's going to eventually be taken out of the game. The 1-2 pitch, a fastball, swing and a miss, strike two, sinking down to above the knees. And a ball and 2 strikes. While in the North Division that year, 3 out of the 4 teams still have the same affiliate today. The Dust Devils had switched their affiliates from the Rockies to the Padres. The 1-2 pitch is a ground ball, fielded by the second baseman. Metz throws it to L.J. Hatch for the force. And that will end the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on. The score staying Boise 4, Volcanoes 1. As I do believe Travis Perry will go back on the mound. Yes, he will in the third. And will face off against the same first 3 hitters that he faced in the bottom of the second. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
That's not all. When a Boone Ridge senior community resident is telling a friend about all the wonderful amenities at Boone Ridge, it's because the list is endless. Things like open restaurant-style dining with made-to-order meals. How about a bistro and wine bar? A full schedule of planned events and activities. You will truly experience extraordinary at Boone Ridge Senior Community in South Salem. For more information, go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and schedule a tour at Boone Ridge. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary.
I know, you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twist for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
Nature isn't the only force that can leave its mark, especially when you have a tractor built to help make your property your own. The Kubota BX80 series gets any job done right. Dig, mow, haul, and comfortably maneuver in tight spaces. Get a BX80 tractor for 0 down and 0% APR financing for 60 months. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Visit Rick Rial Farm Supply at 130 Main Street in downtown Rick Rial or online at rickfarm.com.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the third inning. The Volcanoes trying to prevent any more runs from crossing the plate after Boise had 4 in the top of the second inning. Travis Perry back on the mound after that rough second inning. And we'll face off against Yorvis Torrealba once again. The first pitch is a curveball that just gets a little upstairs at ball 1 to Torrealba. The step back of the windup, Perry, the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. And a fastball, 1-1. That one going under the letters, and Torrealba taking a chance at it. Travis Perry with a rough second inning, 4 earned runs, 3 hits, left 2 runners on, a 1-1 pitch, a fly ball to left field. This one will be called to Tyro Pomares, who was calling for it the last second, as Jeff Hopey looked like he had a shot at it, but Pomares will make the catch. As he gets his first piece of action after filling in for Quan Adkins, who was taken out of the game after he crashed into the wall in left field trying to make a tough catch that would have ended the inning, but instead was a 2-run double by L.J. Hatch, the number 2 hitter, who was stranded at second base for the second consecutive time. The first pitch from Perry to the right fielder Trevor Boone is a ball 1 and a curveball just under the strike zone. On the first pitch that Perry threw to Boone in the last at-bat, he hit him. Perry visibly frustrated after that, but he would later score on that RBI single by Motley. First pitch is a ball 1 on a curveball. Next pitch is a fastball outside, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is another fastball outside, this time in the dirt. The previous pitch was it was outside, but it was just over the dirt, and the count is now at 3 balls and no strikes. The 3-1 pitch is a foul grounder past the third base side. Count is now 3-1. as Travis Perry's trying to recover after the rough second inning that he had, the tough second inning that he had, where he allowed all 4 runs. The 3-1 pitch is a fly ball. This one going right near foul territory. Baker Mendoza's running for it, but he will hook in the foul territory, and Travis Perry has now worked himself into a full count. And Travis Perry with now 53 pitches through 2 1/3 innings, with his team trailing by 3. The payoff pitch is a chopper. That one down the third base line. Count stays full. And we have a scoring update already from another game around the Northwest League. It is now officially announced that Eugene will not be shut out. Payoff pitch will go in the left field. Pomares at the warning track will make the catch, and once again, Pomares will make another play. This will get him for out number 2. Pomares, before making the catch, it looked like for a split second he was looking back to see how far he was to the wall before getting in position to make the catch, and he will make it for out number 2. Here is the second baseman in Robert Metz, who hit a double down the third base line on a 2-1 count past the third baseman in Carter Aldretti. The first pitch, Robert Metz, is a strike 1 looking on a curveball. And the 0-1 pitch is ripped down the third base line, but it'll fall into the Boise bullpen, and the count will now go to 0-2. You have a bunch of kids along that line. You had one of them almost jump over the fence trying to get that foul ball. It's like a flock of geese over there right near the Boise bullpen. And the 0-2 pitch is a curveball that Mets will get a piece of, and the count will stay at 0-2. So Eugene scores their first run of this entire series and would lead 1-0. Spokane and Everett currently scoreless. Vancouver and Tri-City currently scoreless. No balls and 2 strikes. Perry, the windup and the 0-2 pitch. That is a fastball that goes upstairs and outside. 1-2. Boise, 4 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors. The Volcanoes 1 run on 2 hits. The 1-2 pitch is a curveball. That one a fly ball going to left center field. Canario will be the one that will call for it and will make the catch. And what a recovery by Travis Perry. A 1-2-3 inning in the top of the third keeps the game at 4-1 Boise. Going into the bottom of the third inning, you're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire. Woo, woo. It's an alien invasion. Pew, pew. I guess I'll just eat this Egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one? Or...
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when I was 4 years old. It's not easy. Every day I have to test my blood sugars and give myself shots. Sue Ellen is the legacy health nurse at my school. She gives me hugs and makes me happy. She also helped me become more independent. Now I can do anything, like learn to swim or become a doctor. I'm Gavin, and this is my legacy.
Legacy Health. Our legacy is yours.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, and one of the things we have that is absolutely stunning is our amethyst cathedral geodes, and we have them starting at small amethyst pieces for just $10 up to our large geodes, and they're called amethyst cathedral geodes, and they're purple in color, and they come from Uruguay, and they're just beautiful. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the third inning. The Volcanoes will be trying to get some runs on the board. They are trailing by a score of 4-1 as Will Etheridge, it looks like he is back on the mound. He'll be throwing his third inning of work as he'll be trying to go after that goal of 4 innings. He has been for the past couple of starts. As we will start off with the pinch hitter for Quan Adkins, which should be Jairo Pomares. He is coming in for Quan Adkins after he was taken out of the game after crashing into the wall, almost making an amazing catch, but it'll end in a 2-run double that made the score 4-1. Etheridge, the first pitch to Pomares, is a ball 1 down low and goes under the knees, a little outside for a ball 1. We wind up on the 1-0 pitch, another fastball down low under the knees in the dirt, and a 2-0 count. Pomares, the 19-year-old from Cuba, making his first pinch hitting appearance, and it's the second consecutive game in which the Volcanoes have had a pinch hitter. The 2-0 pitch is a fastball outside for ball 3, a little under the knees, but is way outside. Into the right-handed hitter's box. Also made a couple of plays in left field in the previous inning that helped that 1-2-3 inning, and the 3-0 pitch is a fastball. A little above the knees, goes outside, is called for a strike 1. And the windup in the 3-1 by Etheridge is a fly ball going past the third base side. Count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. It'll be Jairo Pomares, the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez, and Alex Canario, who will look to try and get something going here against Will Etheridge. The count is full for the first batter. For the righty Etheridge against the left-handed pitcher Pomares. This one a blooper. This one going in the foul territory. Deloney trying to make the play, and he'll make the catch. As he looked like a little too quick, almost outran the ball, but he'll stop about a couple steps in front of the dugout to make the catch. And we'll get Pomares out for out number 1 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here is the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez, who flew out to the right fielder, Trevor Boone, for the first out in the inning. Etheridge, the first pitch, that one getting past the catcher, Nick Motley, going all the way to the backstop at 1-0. So the Eugene Emeralds leading 1-0, although the Hops are leading the Emeralds in 3 games in the standings. And the 1-0 pitch is a ground ball getting into the hole in left field. And Yorlis Rodriguez continuing off his red-hot series with a 1-out single here in the 3rd. That brings up Alex Canario. Nobody in the bullpen for Boise, so best guess here is that Steve Solis has made it to where Will Etheridge will pitch in a minimum of 4 innings. Maybe even pitch more if he does pretty well, if the stars align correctly. Then maybe he'll pitch more. It's hard to tell from here. The Volcanoes trying to get something going here, trying to get in business. Trying to get back in business in the bottom of the 3rd. They scored a run in the bottom of the 3rd, but Boise scored 4, and now they lead by 3. Etheridge, 1 ball, no strikes to Canario. The 1-0 pitch, a fly ball foul. Going over the Volcanoes on deck, circle at 1-1, so when it comes to who's going to win the second half Northwest League South Division standings, it looks like right now, I wouldn't be surprised if I hear someone say that with a safe bet, Hillsboro might get it because they're up 3 games over Eugene. But it'll possibly be decided with that 6-game series between Hillsboro and Boise and Eugene and Salem-Keizer. The 1-1 pitch is a fly ball. The right field, Trevor Boone, is under it and will make the catch for the second out in the 3rd. Here is the right fielder in Armani Smith, who struck out, but the ball got past the catcher, Nick Motley. He tried throwing the first, but the ball got past the first baseman, Tyler Planter, and it scored the first and so far only run for the Volcanoes in this game. Armani Smith at the plate. The Volcanoes trailing by 3. Will Etheridge on the mound, trying to finish off the third. Wind up in the first pitch is a ball one outside and a fastball above the strike zone at ball one. So after this interleague series and after the day off on the 27th, for the next 6 games, Hillsboro will play against Boise and the Volcanoes will play against Eugene. And it would be the result of those 6-game series, of those 2 6-game series, of who will get the second half title. The 1-0 pitch, a swing and a miss and a strike one. Because there might be a chance that Boise will come out of nowhere to rob Hillsboro of a chance at a playoff berth, while the Volcanoes might do the same with Eugene. The 1-1 pitch is a ball 2 on a fastball outside. The ball getting away from the catcher, Nick Motley. And the count is at 2-1. Well, also, if you're Nestor Rojas for the Volcanoes, because that you already have a playoff berth and because that you only get 1 day off after the season is over, this would also mean that you can try out using a couple of your relievers as starters so you can rest the starters that you want to use for the playoffs down the road. And the 2-1 pitch is a fastball under the letters inside, ball 3. Like, there's a couple of relievers that have pitched for the Volcanoes that can be starters. Miguel Figueroa is one of them. He threw 2 2/3 innings of relief after Connor Nurse, as well as a couple of guys like Ben Madison and Clay Helvey. This one a 3-1 pitch, a shot going past the shortstop. Hatch going in the left center. Rodriguez going to second base. And the Volcanoes with runners on first and second base with 2 outs. And that will bring up the starting catcher in Brandon Marchirano. A timeout here. Nick Motley walking up to the mound to talk to Will Etheridge. The game-tying run for the Volcanoes is at the plate in Brandon Marchirano. He has 3 home runs on the year. He definitely has offensive power. As there was a stretch of games, there was a stretch in the first 2 games of this homestead, both against Everett, and both of them being Volcanoes wins, where Marchirano had 5 RBIs. He now has 17 on the year. He has a chance to get some runs on the board. First pitch is a ball 1 and a fastball. Ball rolling away from Motley. And the count starting off at 1-0. Marchirano with a runner on first base got out on a fly out to right field that ended an 11-pitch at bat, as Etheridge has now thrown 66 pitches through 2 2/3. So both pitchers getting some time here on the mound with a couple of obstacles. 1-0 pitch. That one is another shot going in the left center field. Running around third is not Armani, Yorlis Rodriguez, and the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have cut the Hawks' lead down to 4-2. Brandon Marchirano with an RBI single around the same spot where Armani Smith had that single. And now he's at second base. And the score is now Boise 4, Volcanoes 2, bringing up Harrison Freed, the designated hitter. Will Etheridge. Now we're looking at a possible consideration that Etheridge may be taken out of the game. A timeout by Boise. Their pitching coach, Ryan Kibler, walking up to the mound to talk to not only Etheridge, but also Nick Motley, as well as the Hawks infield. The Volcanoes with 2 outs in the third. Armani Smith with a single that moved Rodriguez to second. And Brandon Marchirano with his 18th RBI of the season, which knocks in Yorlis Rodriguez and cuts the Boise lead to 4-2. There's still a lot of baseball left here in the bottom of the third inning. They're still pretty early in this game. The Volcanoes looking for the sweep against the Boise Hawks. They have never lost entering today. They have never lost against the Boise Hawks here at Volcano Stadium. They have lost twice, and both were in Boise. One of them on a walk-off single by Delone, which was his first RBI. And another one in a game where Boise scored 3 of their 4 runs in the bottom of the first inning. And won the series. So Will Etheridge against Harrison Freed. Runners on first and second. Wind up in the first pitch. That's a pop fly. That one looks like staying in playable territory. Deloney is calling for it on the third base line in foul territory and will make the catch. And that will end the inning. 1 run will be scored on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners will be left on. The score now is Boise 4, Volcanoes 2, going into the top of the 4th. As Travis Perry will go back on to the mound. The face-off against the Boise Hawks. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Lube Plus in downtown Salem.
Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
This is Sergeant Mike, and I want to tell you about my friends at Larry's Locksmith. I'm sure you all have entry locks right now that need replacing or need to be rekeyed. Perhaps you've put it off because you didn't know who to call or someone that you could trust. Larry's Locksmith service has earned the trust of thousands of Mid-Valley customers. Rapid response for lockouts of buildings, vehicles, or safes. Almost any kind of lock can be replaced or rekeyed by Larry's Locksmith service. Check them out at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com.
Your home of the Salem-Keizer volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 4th inning. The Volcanoes have cut the deficit to 4-2 after an RBI single by Brandon Martirano in the left center field scored Yorlis Rodriguez. Travis Perry back on the mound, looking to throw in his 4th inning of the night as they'll face off against the 8-9-1 hitters, the catcher Nick Motley, the third baseman Vladimir Deloney, and then the top of the order in Joe Iltz. As the Volcanoes look to keep this a 4-2 game with Boise leading. The Hawks, they are 5-25 on the road, while the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, I believe they are tied with the Hillsboro Hops for the most home wins, with 25 wins and 10 losses. The Hops have the better home winning percentage. Or I am mistaken, Hillsboro 26 wins and 9 losses. First pitch from Perry to Nick Motley is a fastball at 0-1. As Motley got an RBI single that scored the first run for the Hawks. The 0-1 pitch, that is a strike 2 looking. That is a curveball in the outside corner, 0-2. So when it comes to home records, the Hillsboro Hops have the best home record by 1 game over the Volcanoes. They have 26 wins, 26-9, while the Volcanoes are 25-10. The 0-2 pitch, that is a swing and a miss and a curveball. Martirano throwing the first to Baker Mendoza, who almost outruns the throw. But Travis Perry will get his 3rd strikeout of the night for out number 1. That brings us to third baseman Vladimir Deloney, who got hit by a pitch on a 1-0 count straight on the helmet and then scored on that 2-run double by L.J. Hatch. And when it comes to road wins and a road record, the Boise Hawks 5-25 on the season. And the first pitch from Perry to Vladimir Deloney is a fastball upstairs above the letters at ball 1. Perry, the step back and the windup, the 1-0 pitch. That is a curveball that goes in the dirt to the catcher Martirano, and it's now a 2-0 count. Deloney with his 13th run got hit by a pitch for the first time tonight. has no official at-bat entering this inning. The 2-0 pitch is a short chopper fielded by Aldretti, the third baseman. Quick throw to Mendoza. Almost gets over the glove of Mendoza, but he's able to make the play for out number 2. Aldretti fielding that ball and was a short chopper down the third base line. We now go to the top of the order to the center fielder and Joe Iltz, who had a sacrifice fly to the center fielder Alex Canario for the second out of the inning. In his last time up, he is 0 for 1 with a fly out to right and that sacrifice fly. The Volcanoes entering today with a 2-game winning streak. Boise right now with a 7-game losing streak on the year. Perry, the windup and the first pitch to Iltz is a strike one, looking on a change-up that moves a little bit outside. And the count is at 0-1. Perry getting the sign from Martirano, and the 0-1 pitch is a curveball that just falls a little short, a ball and a strike. So Boise has the worst road record at 5-25. And it doesn't look good if you compare it to the worst road record on the Northwest League North side. And the 1-1 pitch is a fastball up and inside. It is at the letters, but Iltz will swing at it at 1-2. And the worst road record is the Vancouver Canadians, who have 12 wins, are 12-22. They have the same number of road wins as Eugene, and Eugene's third place in that regard. And the 1-2 pitch is a fastball that goes down and outside, and the count is at 2-2. That one under the knees, outside from the outside corner of the zone. Perry still ahead of the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. He has 3 strikeouts on the night. The 2-2 pitch, pop fly. This one staying in the infield. Hopi is calling for it. Hopi is moving, and he will move right near the second base bag, and he'll make the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning by Travis Perry, and the score will stay at 4-2 as the Volcanoes will have another chance to get some runs on the board. It will be Will Etheridge back on the mound for his 4th inning of work against the bottom 3 hitters of the lineup. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is proud to help celebrate America's favorite pastime and sponsor the always enthusiastic and teamwork-driven Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Like the crews at Les Schwab, the Volcanoes know how important it is to work together and make the right play at home or on the road. Les Schwab is here to help you make the right play when it comes to keeping you and your family safe on the road. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
At Reed Law Firm, we've earned a reputation for helping those in need, people like you.
Out of nowhere, the accident changed everything. I can't even hold my own child.
We understand your fears in the aftermath of an auto collision. A careless driver nearly killed 2 of our own family members, so we've seen that fear up close. We focus on you and your unique case start to finish, from your vehicle repairs to your medical bills and lost income, so that you can focus on healing and rebuilding your life.
After the accident, I didn't have the money to fight back, but they believed when no one else would.
Reed Law Firm, where your first consultation is absolutely free. Call us and let's talk. Put our experience on your side. Reed Law Firm. ReedLawFirm.com, REED Lawfirm.com, or call us at 971-915-7798.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back in the bottom of the 4th inning. Will Etheridge is back on the mound, and there's already some activity in the Boise Hawks bullpen, which means that he's either going to be done in this inning or this will be his final full inning of the night. Will Etheridge starting off the inning against Carter Aldretti. First pitch is a foul ball past the first base side, foul. Count starting off at 0-1. Aldretti walking the first base on a full count on a 1-out walk, but then got out in a force-out hit by the 9-hitter Jeff Hopi. After the Hawks took a 4-1 lead over the Volcanoes, the windup and the 0-1. That is a swing and a foul. That one hitting the netting straight near the Volcanoes on deck circle. The count at 0-2. The Volcanoes 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. The Boise Hawks, they have 4 runs on 3 hits. The windup and the 0-2 pitch. That is a shot going to the right field. Trevor Boone is under it, and Boone will make the catch with ease for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the first baseman, Baker Mendoza, who struck out swinging on a 2-2 count. He is one of 2-3 strikeout victims by Will Etheridge, 2 of whom have actually struck out. One of them actually finished off at first base. It'll be Aldrete, Mendoza, and Hopi. And the first pitch is a foul chopper past the third base line. That one hitting off at the top and rolling towards the Boise Hawks bullpen at 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch, that is a swing and a miss and a strike 2. We've also just gotten some news recently regarding the Volcanoes playing in Vancouver for the 4-game series. They're going to start playing tomorrow. The news coming after this pitch, the windup and the 0-2 by Etheridge. That is a ball 1 and a fastball. In addition to a number of players who will not be going up to Canada just for the 4-game series, and in addition to Marco Luciano and Clay Helvey, who are both off the team, one to Arizona, one to San Jose. The 1-2 pitch, a fastball. It's out and inside 2-2. We've also just gotten word of a Volcanoes player who started the season with Salem-Keizer, but then got promoted up to Augusta, and it was just announced earlier today that he will be back on the Volcanoes roster, and that will be the left-handed hitter Tyler Flores. The 2-2 pitch is a foul ball hit by Mendoza towards the Boise on-deck circle. And once again, the count is at 2-2 with a foul ball to spare. Flores, he left Salem-Keizer with a .276 batting average. 29 hits, 12 runs, 4 doubles, a triple. He hit 7 home runs and had 22 RBIs. The 2-2 pitch is a changeup outside that goes under the knees, just a little under the knees, and the count is full at 3-2. And that Flores will be flying to Vancouver and will be back on the Volcanoes roster tomorrow. The payoff pitch will hit the netting in front of the press box over here behind home plate. Count staying full at 3-2. Will Etheridge fighting against Baker Mendoza. Etheridge, 76 pitches. Maybe a little more. I don't know if they caught the foul balls just yet. The windup and the payoff pitch, that is a swing and a foul. Another one by Mendoza. As we now go to the 9th pitch of the at-bat, Flores is known for his huge power hitting. There were a couple of games where he hit a home run at the absolute right time for the Volcanoes. The payoff pitch, that is a fly ball past the first base line. That is, guess what? Another foul. And that will be 9 pitches in the at-bat. We got another lengthy at-bat. Brandon Martirano had an 11-pitch at-bat against Etheridge back in the first. And it ended in him flying out to right. Count staying full. Etheridge shaking off a sign from Nick Motley. He sees there as a pitcher in the bullpen. He wants to stay in for at least the 4th inning. As we'll be checking to see what the jersey number is of the pitcher in the bullpen, and I have an idea of what it may be. The payoff pitch is another foul. Another foul chopper by Mendoza. There's a right-handed pitcher. I do believe that may be Phineas Delbonta Smith, who has made a couple of appearances against the Volcanoes this year. He was even the losing pitcher in a game. The windup and the payoff pitch, that is a ground ball fielded by the shortstop Hatch. Throw to the first baseman will be in time. And once again, the Boise Hawks would win another lengthy at-bat. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pitches again. And we now go to the shortstop and Jeff Hopi. As Steve Sleeves, after seeing that long at-bat, will say that would be it, and Will Etheridge is done after 3 2/3 innings. He has allowed 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned. He has walked 1 batter and has struck out 1, 2, 3. So it's still pretty solid, and I'm unsure at this moment whether he would be online for the win or not because he hasn't thrown the minimum 5 innings that a starting pitcher needs to throw to be eligible. But we'll definitely see after what the Volcanoes do in the next few innings as the Hawks will bring in Phineas Del Bonta Smith, who is making his latest appearance against the Volcanoes this year, the 22-year-old from Chico, California. 1-2 with an ERA of 3.04. He's making his 4th appearance against the Volcanoes this year, his first one since July 21st. He made his first appearance against the Volcanoes and his 2nd appearance overall, throwing 2 innings, allowing a run on 4 hits and 21 pitches. On July 19th, he got the loss as he allowed a run and 2 hits through a third of an inning as the Volcanoes walked off against Boise that day. And then 2 days later, he threw a third of an inning and allowed only 1 hit. On the 19th, he threw 10 pitches. On the 21st, he threw 6. He threw 21 pitches in the first appearance, and the most pitches that he has thrown in an outing was 37, as he threw 2/3 of an inning against the Eugene Emeralds on July 25th. And Del Bonta Smith trying to continue what Will Etheridge started, which was contain the Volcanoes after they scored 4 runs in the top of the 2nd inning. The Volcanoes started the scoring first with a run in the bottom of the 1st. And then the Boise Hawks scored 4 runs in the top of the 2nd inning to make it 4-1 against Travis Perry. And the Volcanoes scored a run in the bottom of the 3rd, left a couple of runners on base. Right now the score, Boise 4, the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes 2 here in a 3rd and final game of this 3-game series. The Volcanoes will play 4 games against the Vancouver Canadians. There was a lot of news about the Volcanoes going up to play at Nat Bailey Stadium regarding the roster. There will be a number of guys who will be going down to Arizona just for the 4-game series because of their inability to go up to the country, while there will be players who will be sent down to Arizona for different reasons, and there will be people that will be sent up to play on the Volcanoes roster. First pitch from Del Bonta Smith to Jeff Hope will go straight to the center fielder Joe Iltz, and that will end the 4th inning just like that. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. At the end of 4, the Hawks lead by a score of 4-2 as we go to the top of the 5th inning. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Nature isn't the only force that can leave its mark, especially when you have a tractor built to help make your property your own. The Kubota BX80 series is ready to get any job done the way it should be done. Dig, mow, haul, and comfortably maneuver in tight spaces. There's almost nothing it can't help you do. The BX series, America's best-selling subcompact tractor. Kubota, shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor, just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent, and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 5th inning. The Boise Hawks still leading the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes by a score of 4-2. Travis Perry after allowing all 4 runs in the top of the second, will throw back-to-back 1-2-3 innings against the next 6 batters that he has faced, and will look to continue that trend in the top of the 5th against the number 2 hitter, L.J. Hatch, the guy who has been the reason why the game has a 2-run margin. He hit that 2-run double to left field on a 1-1 count. First pitch is a ball, 1 and a fastball. That one going at the letters, maybe a little above. Perry, the windup in the 1-0 pitch. That's a swing and a miss. And a 1-1 count. L.J. Hatch 1 for 1 with a walk and a double. Has a couple of RBIs on the night. It'll be Hatch, Daniel Cope, and Tyler Plantaire. The windup and the 1-1, Perry. That is a ball 2. Going above the letters. 2 balls and a strike. So there's a lot of news regarding the Volcanoes and what will concur with the roster, what will happen with the roster when they go up there. The 2-1 pitch is a ball 3, also above the letters, fastball inside. The 3-1 pitch is a ball 4, and L.J. Hatch will walk to first base for the second time tonight on a leadoff walk. Now bring up the designated hitter in Daniel Cope, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk. So the only news that we have, there's actually a couple of news regarding players leaving and entering the team, but the one that we know at the moment about anybody going on the team is Tyler Flores. First pitch is a ball that was almost picked by Aldretti, but will go into left. And it will be a single for Daniel Cope, as Boise will have runners on first and second base with nobody out. Carter Aldretti tried to pick it, but that ball will go over his glove. And it will count as a base hit for Daniel Cope. Here is the first baseman in Tyler Plantaire, who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out on the night. As the Boise Hawks have runners on first and second base, nobody out in the top of the 5th. They lead by 2. Perry wind up in the first pitch, tries bunting. That one is a pop fly, but that will go in the foul territory towards the Volcanoes on deck circle. The count will start off at 0-1. So one of the things to expect with the Volcanoes during the 4-game series up at Nat Bailey Stadium was that there will be a number of players who will be added onto the roster. But when it comes to any names at the moment, the only one that we really know of for sure is Tyler Flores. We're getting the news just now that Flores will be flying to Vancouver tomorrow. The 0-1 pitch is a ball 1 and a curveball inside. Plantaire tried to bunt the runners over, but it'll go inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Plantaire trying to bunt the runners over and has been for the past couple of pitches. And he will here. The 1-1 tries bunting. That is upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. That one going up above the very small strike zone that Plantaire has, while trying to bunt the ball, leaning in near home plate. And the count is at 2 balls and a strike. Travis Perry getting the sign from March Ferraro, tries bunting again. The 2-1, that's a bunt down the first base side. Throwing the first will be Baker Mendoza. He was looking over to third and found that he could not throw. So instead, he'll be throwing to the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez. It'll be a sacrifice bunt, a 3-4. L.J. Hatch going to third, Daniel Cope going to second, as the left fielder, Yorvis Torrealba, walks up to the plate. He is looking for his first hit of the night. As Torrealba, he grounded out to the pitcher, Travis Perry, flew out to the left fielder in Jairo Pomares, one of 2 times that he has gotten fly balls to him. First pitch to Torrealba is a curveball outside for a ball one. One out here in the top of the fifth. The Hawks lead by a score of 4-2. And are right now threatening to get some more runs on the board. The Volcanoes infielders, they are almost all of them, with Hopi a little behind on the infield grass. A ball and no strikes. The 1-0 pitch is another curveball. This one outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Boise getting their 4th hit after that single by Cope. Plantaire bunting down the first base line. Mendoza fielding it, but it didn't get there quick enough to try and tag Plantaire. Well, but will instead throw to first base. 2 balls, no strikes. The windup and the pitch is a ball 3 and a fastball that goes above the letters 3-0. As Travis Perry in a little bit of a situation here. There is someone in the bullpen. Hard to tell if that person's actually warming up or not, but he's definitely standing in the bullpen watching what's going on. And the 3-0 pitch is inside for a ball 4, so there will be bases loaded for Boise. It's the second time that Travis Perry had walked someone on 4 pitches. He had one against Daniel Cope in the second inning. And it'll be a timeout by Salem-Keizer, and they're going to take Travis Perry out of this game. After 4 1/3 innings, and has allowed 4 hits, currently with 4 earned runs, although that is subject to change. He has walked 1, 2, 3 hitters, and has struck out 1, 2, 3 hitters as well. And that will be, it looks like, Abel Adames, a call to the bullpen brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli. Home of the Italian Stallion Sandwich, Abel Adames. The pinch hitter looking to prevent the Boise Hawks from scoring any runs. Here in the top of the 5th inning, the Hawks lead by a score of 4-2. Adames, the 23-year-old from Fantino in the Dominican Republic, he is 1-0 with an ERA of 6.48. He's making his 13th appearance. He's allowed 12 earned runs, 16 runs total in 16 2/3. 22 hits, has walked 6 batters and struck out 17. He allowed only a hit, struck out 1 at Eugene on August 16th, and allowed 4 runs in an inning and 2/3 against Hillsboro. In his last appearance against the Boise Hawks, that's where he actually got his only win, was back on July 22nd. In the game after the Volcanoes won the Northwest League first half division title, where Adames threw 2 innings, allowing 3 hits, 2 runs. He walked to no one and struck out 2 on 27 pitches, but because the Volcanoes were able to hold on to win that game 6-5, he got the win. And Miguel Figueroa got the save. In that game, his first of 2. He got his second save a couple of days ago back in game 1 of the 3-game series. So Adames is up on the mound. Travis Perry will be done after 4 1/3 innings. 4 hits, currently 4 earned runs. He has walked 3 batters and has struck out 3 batters. And Adames will face off against the right fielder Trevor Boone to start things off. He is 0 for 1 with a hit by a pitch and a fly out to left. First pitch is a fastball outside for a ball 1. And another piece of reasoning when it comes to possibly using your relievers as starters, especially in the final 6-game series against Eugene, knowing that you're going to the playoffs, is because the relievers need some more time on the mound. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball. That one going down low for a ball 2. So the Volcanoes, they're already got a playoff berth, and everyone around here is basically just waiting for September 4th to come around. But when the time comes of when we know who we're going to play, that we need to get relievers ready as well. The 2-0 pitch, that one is a ball with a lot of carry past the third base line, but that is a lot foul. That one definitely went over the wall, but that was foul. by, I want to say, a good 15 to 20 feet. That fell behind the Boise Hawks bullpen, and the count is at 2-1. There's a couple of reasons why the relievers may be used as starters during the 6-game series. One, you can use your starters and give them extra rest if you wanted to use them for the playoffs. And two, they need more time on the mound. And the 2-1 pitch is a fastball for ball 3. One example is in the last couple of games, the Volcanoes have only used one reliever. They used Cooper Casad yesterday. They used Miguel Figueroa 2 days ago. They used 4 relievers, which was the most relievers that they've used in a game in a while. Then they used a routine of 2 to 3 pitchers throughout that stretch. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss and a strike 2. The infield is shifted to where Aldrete and Mendoza are stationed right near the infield grass, and Hopi and Rodriguez are stationed right near the outfield. They are both away from the second base bag, Hopi and Rodriguez. Aldrete hugging the third base line a little bit. Mendoza far away from the first base bag. Count is full at 3-2. The windup and the pitch, swing and a miss and a strike 3 for Abel Adames against Trevor Boone. The bases are still loaded as Adames gets his first strikeout of the night and his 18th strikeout this season. The bases are loaded for Boise in the top of the 5th. They lead by 2 runs. And we now go to the starting second baseman in Robert Metz, who is 1 for 2 with a 1-out double and a fly out to the center fielder Alex Canario in right center. Adames, the first pitch, fly ball. This one popped up and playable. This one going right near the line. Looks like Hopi might have a chance at it, and Jeff Hopi will make the catch in foul territory and will leave the bases loaded for Boise. No runs will score on 1 hit, no errors, and they leave 3 runners on. This will be huge down the road, as in the bottom of the 5th inning, the Volcanoes, they still trail by a score of 4-2. Phineas Del Bonta Smith will look to throw his first full inning of the night. Abel Adames with an amazing job on the mound in relief. As we'll take a quick break here from Volcano Stadium. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Baseball is one of the greatest American summertime activities ever, and Les Schwab is proud to be a part of it as a sponsor of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Your Volcanoes lineup is all about teamwork, and so is the team at your local Les Schwab. As you plan your next Volcanoes or vacation road trip, stop by your local Les Schwab first. They'll perform a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts to keep you and your family safe on the road. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire. Woo! Woo! Oh, it's an alien invasion. Pew, pew! I guess I'll just eat this Egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one, or?
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
Hi, this is Grant Kendall, Financial Advisor with Edward Jones in Salem, Oregon. Join me each weekday at 2 p.m. for the Closing Bell Stock Market Report here on 1430 KYKN. I will cover the results of the day's market activity and report on local stocks. If you're thinking about your investments or retirement, let's meet and discuss a plan for you. Grant Kendall, Financial Advisor with Edward Jones. Join me here at 2 o'clock every weekday afternoon for the Closing Stock Market Report. You can reach me at grant.kendall@edwardjones.com, member SIPC.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Boise Hawks, they leave the bases loaded against the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, and they will not score any runs. The score will stay at Boise 4, Volcanoes 2, as the first reliever for the Hawks, Phineas Del Bonta Smith, will look to throw his first full inning of relief tonight. As looking back in the past few matchups in the past few series between these two teams, with the Volcanoes in an absolute domination and in destructive mode against the Boise Hawks, beating them game after game, the common trend that is seen in all these games is the performance of Boise's relief pitching, which overall is not that good, which means that if the Volcanoes have a chance to come back and sweep the Hawks. They'll start right around now. The first relief pitcher for the Hawks on the mound will be Phineas Del Ponte Smith, who's been a victim of this before. He was the losing pitcher in the walk-off for the Volcanoes back in, I believe it was game 2 of that 3-game home series during that 6-game home-and-home series at the end of the first half of the season, which gave him his first of 2 losses. Del Ponte Smith, the first pitch to the leadoff hitter in Jairo Pomares is a ball 1. Pomares, in his first at-bat, his first pinch hits at-bat, he worked into a full count before popping out to the third baseman in foul territory. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball that hits the dirt, gets off the glove of Motley, and goes up into the air, and the count is at 2 balls and no strikes. Updates very quickly from around the Northwest League. Bottom of the 5th inning, Hillsboro has just tied the game up at 1 apiece against Eugene. The 2-0 pitch, that is a strike one looking on a backdoor fastball a little above the knees. When it gets outside, the count at 2-1 now. Going into the top of the 5th, the Spokane Indians started off this scoring leading 4-0. Everett cut it down to 4-2. The 2-1 pitch is a swing and a miss on another backdoor fastball. This time Pomares swung at it a little bit higher. Under the letters at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Spokane started off 4-0. And at the end of 4, it was 4-2 Spokane. And now at the end of 5, it is 5-4 Indians. The Aqua Sox inching closer. And the 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss and a strike 3. And Jairo Pomares strikes out against Phineas Del Ponte Smith. He only threw 1 pitch in the bottom of the 4th to Jeff Hoppe, who flew out to the center fielder Joe Iltz. And we now go to the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez, who scored the latest run for the Volcanoes back in the 3rd inning on an RBI single by Brandon Martirano. Del Ponte Smith in the stretch. The windup and the first pitch is a ball 1 on a fastball low under the strike zone at a 1-0 count. So Everett, they're one of a couple of teams in addition to Tri-City who are looking to get that second half Northwest League South title. The 1-0 pitch is a ball that is just absolutely ripped past the third base line, but will go in foul territory, count at 1-1. Which, speaking of Tri-City, they're leading Vancouver by a score of 1-0, going into the bottom of the 5th as well. As the game between Spokane and Everett currently is in the top of the 5th. Del Ponte Smith 1-1, that is inside, and a curveball that almost hits Rodriguez. That one was at the letters, but Rodriguez had to lean out of the way to avoid getting hit. 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Abel Adames in the top of the 6th, looking to throw his first full inning of the night. 2 balls and a strike. Del Ponte Smith, the pitch. That is a foul ball on a fastball down low that Rodriguez takes a chance at. It'll hit the netting right behind the Volcanoes on deck hitter and Alex Canario. The score, Boise 4, the Volcanoes 2. As they are looking to come back here in the 5th. The 2-2 pitch from Phineas Del Ponte Smith is a check swing. The infield umpire in Austin Nelson getting the call from that one. He's along the first base side. He said he didn't go, and the count is full at 3-2. The standings right now in the Northwest League North Division, Spokane's in first place, but when it comes to the second playoff spot, Tri-City is currently in position, 1 game ahead of the Everett Aqua Sox, so those 2 games are crucial for them. The payoff pitch is a foul ball past the first base side. That was a fastball outside, and the count will stay full at 3-2. As we do know that Spokane, they will be playing in the playoffs in the Northwest League first. They were the Northwest League first half division champions in the North Division. And they won, actually, at Everett. The payoff pitch at the check swing ground ball off the glove of Del Ponte Smith, fielded barehanded by Deloney, who makes an amazing play from the hot corner. Vladimir Deloney fielding the ball in a barehanded grab off the glove of the pitcher, Del Ponte Smith, throws to first, and it gets Rodriguez out in time in a 1-5-3 for out number 2. That was an incredible play by Deloney. That ball, it was a check swing for 1. It got off the glove of Del Ponte Smith and rolled towards the third base side. It caught everybody off guard, even Deloney, who was able to field the ball barehanded play and was able to throw to first with ease in time for the second out in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the center fielder, Alex Canario. First pitch is a ball one on a curveball low for a 1-0 count. Because right now, at this point in the season, when it comes to the Northwest League North Division, that Everett and Tri-City, they're the two teams fighting for that second playoff spot. Vancouver, they're slowly inching away from it. Fourth place in the division. Very similar to what Boise's doing. And the 1-0 pitch is a fastball foul over the netting past the Volcanoes dugout. And the count is at 1-1 strike. Delbonta Smith getting the sign from Nick Motley. The windup in the 1-1 pitch. That's a pop fly. That's a foul. That one, I believe it went into the skybox, and the count is now 1-2 strikes. And Vancouver is in kind of the same scenario as Boise in the sense that for Vancouver, they're in last place, and they're inching away from the spot, the second half playoff spot, day after day after day. It's the same thing for Boise as well, only Boise is like farther away from the second playoff spot. The 1-2 pitch is a foul ball. That one going past the first base line, and the count will stay at 1-2 strikes. Alex Canario trying to start something. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Delbonta Smith, the windup and the 1-2 pitch. That's a hard hit ball going to left field. Torey Alba is under it. It looks like he's under it. He is trying to keep track of the ball. He's at the warning track. That one had a little bit of carry and a lot of hang time, and the inning will be over. A 1-2-3 inning. It'll keep the score at Boise 4, Volcanoes 2. Going into the top of the 6th, Adames will go back on the mound, looking to throw his first full inning of the night. Here at Volcano Stadium, you're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, and one of the unique features of our store is we have a fine jewelry section. I specialize in colored stones, like Podparage, Savorite, Alexandrite, the Oregon Gemstone, Sunstone. This is a unique and wonderful addition to any collection that you may have. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Hey Volcano fans, Tom Marks from Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Real Estate Professionals. Buying a house can be like baseball. First base is getting a pre-approval from a lender so you'll know how much home you can buy. Arriving at second is like finding a property you write an offer on. Third base, you've had your home inspection and negotiated repairs. Now heading home, literally your new home. Just like scoring a run in the game, you'll be elated. If you need help negotiating the basis of home buying, give me a call, 503-881-9230.
Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now back in the top of the 6th inning. The Volcanoes still trail the Boise Hawks by a score of 4-2. It has been the case now for 2 full innings. As Abel Adames, he is back on the mound, looking to throw his first full inning of the night against the 8-9-1 hitters Nick Motley, Vladimir Delone, and Joe Iltz. After Boise left the bases loaded in the previous inning against Travis Perry. Abel Adames striking out Trevor Boone and making Robert Metz fly out to Jeff Hope in foul territory to end the top of the 5th. And Adames looking to throw his first full inning after 2/3 of an inning in the 5th and 7 pitches. He'll be throwing pitch number 8 as the Volcanoes will try and keep this a 4-2 score. The next 3 hitters for the Volcanoes are Armani Smith, Brandon Martirano, and Harrison Freed in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch is a pop fly. That one going over the netting, and that will fall, I believe, onto the skybox because I do not believe I've heard any impact here, not in front of the concourse in front of us right here. The count starts it off at 0-1. It'll be Nick Motley, who is 1 for 2 with that RBI single, also struck out against Travis Perry. The windup and the 0-1 pitch, that is a ball 1. on a fastball outside on a 1-1 count. So Spokane still leading the Everett Aqua Sox by a score of 4-3. 9 combined runs, 7 combined hits, 3 combined errors. Everett has more errors, and the Indians have more runs and hits. And the 1-1 pitch is a fastball, almost hits Motley in the shoulder. But it'll go upstairs and inside, 2 balls and a strike. We have now gone farther, or we're going to go farther than where we went yesterday. We finished in the bottom of the 6th. We're in the top of the 6th inning. The 2-1 pitch, that's a ball with a lot of carry, but that will go in the foul territory. And the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the 6th inning, game is tied at 1 between Hillsboro and the Eugene Emeralds. Eugene bringing in a new pitcher after 5 innings in Mateo Bocci. While Tri-City, top of the 6th, Vancouver has the bases loaded, but Tri-City leads 1-0. Adames, he stepped back in the windup, 2-2. That is a pop fly. That one, I believe, is going to stay in playable territory. Martirano's trying to run for it, but that's going to go into the seats, and that will fall on the concourse, and the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. I will stay at 2-2. Martirano, it looked like he had a chance at trying to make a play. A 2-ball, 2-strike count. Adames looking to get his 2nd strikeout of the night against the first batter of the inning. The 2-2 pitch with a fly ball. That one also going behind home plate. That is a 3rd foul ball hit by Nick Motley. That has went over the netting behind home plate as Adames is throwing Motley fastballs that he's been getting under. And the count staying at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wind up and the pitch by Adames. That is a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he went. And yes, he did. That was a fastball. That was way above the letters, yet Motley took a chance at it. And the home plate umpire, Willie Traynor, said that he went around, and Motley is out for the first out in the top of the 6th. Here is the number 9 hitter in Vladimir Delone, the 3rd baseman, who is 0 for 1 with hit by a pitch, a run, and a ground out. First pitch is a ball 1. That ball rolling away from the catcher, Martirano. 1 ball, no strike. The last time that the Boise Hawks have had a road win was back on July 14th against Hillsboro, when they beat the Hops 2-1. The 1-0 pitch is a strike 1 looking. The Boise Hawks are in the middle of a very, very long road trip, which starts at Hillsboro and ends at Hillsboro. The 1-1 pitch is a strike 2 looking on a fastball outside and a 1-2 count. They play 13 straight road games. Then they take a day off, and then they play 3 more road games. They play 16 road games in 17 days. The 1-2 pitch is a fly ball going in the foul territory. Aldretti is under it, and Carter Aldretti will make the catch in foul territory for the 2nd out in the 6th. And we now go to the top of the order, and Joe Iltz, the center fielder, who is 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts and 1 pop out. He flew out to the right fielder in Armani Smith in the 1st, flew out to the center fielder Alex Canario, but it was a sacrifice fly that gave the Hawks a 2-1 lead, in a foul pop out to the shortstop Jeff Hopi. Remember, that wasn't a foul pop out, that was just a normal pop out. First pitch is a line shot straight to the 2nd baseman, and Yorlis Rodriguez throws the 1st, and on 1 pitch, the top of the 6th is over. A 1-2-3 inning by Abel Adames, and the Volcanoes still trail by a score of 4-2 going into the bottom of the 6th, as the Hawks will bring in the same new pitcher. Middle of the order for the Volcanoes. They still have a shot here. There's still a fair amount of baseball left. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
It's great to know that some major sports stars from Oregon trust and rely on PT Northwest for high-level treatment. Both Kevin Gregg of the Baltimore Orioles and Kevin Boss of the Kansas City Chiefs have relied on PT Northwest for their physical therapy needs. But you don't have to be a major league star to benefit. PT Northwest is on the cutting edge of sports medicine. PT Northwest, now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley. Go online to ptnorthwest.com or call 503-371-8860.
If you or someone you know is a veteran or currently serving in the military, then listen up. The Mid-Willamette Veteran Stand-Down is happening Tuesday, September 3rd at Chemeketa Community College from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is a great opportunity for veterans and those currently serving to learn more about their VA benefits and other programs serving our heroes in the Mid-Willamette Valley. There will be medical and dental services, a resume workshop with job fair, on-site legal support, classes to help you balance your budget, as well as listening session hosted by the VA Portland Healthcare System on the new VA Mission Act program. You don't want to miss this year's Veteran Stand-Down. For more information about the stand-down, or if you want to volunteer, call the Salem Vet Center at 503-362-9911 and ask for Rosie. That's 503-362-9911.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcanoes Stadium. The Volcanoes, they still trail the Boise Hawks by a score of 4-2, as the Hawks have decided to bring in a new relief pitcher in the 22-year-old Cameron Enck from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He is 1-2 with an ERA of 6.92 and is making his 21st appearance on the mound this season for the Boise Hawks, and the latest one against the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Will be making his fourth one against the Volcanoes this season, as they'll start off in the middle of the order against Armani Smith. Delbonta Smith will be done after an inning and a third, allowing no hits, no runs, no walks, and he struck out one. So Cameron Enck will go on to the mound. The last time he's been up on the mound against the Volcanoes, he got the loss, allowing 5 runs, 4 earned in an inning in 30 pitches. That was back on July 20th. And that was at Memorial Stadium. And the windup in the first pitch to Armani Smith is a ball one and a curveball that just stopped a little short. But before that, he threw a scoreless inning about a few days prior on the 17th, and he threw a scoreless 2 innings, allowing 3 hits on June 29th. And it was during that game where the score was 15-12. That was the game before they won the second half title. And the 1-0 pitch is a strike one looking. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball that goes up in the air away from the catcher Motley. The 2-1 pitch is a ball 3 in the dirt. As Cameron Enck, he's trying to avenge getting his first loss against the Volcanoes. He got a loss in his last time up, too, against Vancouver in a botched save opportunity. The 3-1 pitch is a strike 2 looking on a fastball, and that Smith knew that he could have had a shot at swinging at that pitch. And the count is now full. Cameron Enck facing off against Armani Smith. He wind up in the payoff pitch. That's the shot that gets off the glove of the second baseman, Metz. He tried to make a catch running towards the second base bag, and he wouldn't make it. I believe they're going to call that a base hit for Armani Smith, and they will. Armani Smith has just been amazing in this 3-game series. He's gotten a hit in all 3 games. He was 4 for 4 in the first game, 1 for 2 in the second game, and he is now 2 for 3 in the third game. Armani Smith, he entered the series with a .287 average. It went up to .310, and it's went up again to .313, and you bet that's going to go up even higher. And we'll bring up Brandon Martirano, the catcher. Wind up in the first pitch is a ball 1 outside. Martirano 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the third inning. That knocked in the most recent run for the Volcanoes that made the score 4-2. And Cameron Inc. in the stretch. 1 ball, no strikes to wind up in the pitch. That's a foul grounder. That one hit the backstop, falling right near the Boise on deck circle. Count is at 1-1. Martirano, he flew out to right after an 11-pitch at bat. And his most recent at bat on a 1-0 count, he had an RBI single, which scored Yorlis Rodriguez. He also represents the game-tying run as the Volcanoes trail by 2. Throw to first is not in time to try and get Armani. It's Martirano, the catcher, and then Harrison Freed, the designated hitter, is on deck. He's looking for his first hit of the night. As Ank is in the stretch, gets a sign from Nick Motley. The throw to first is not in time. A quick tag from the first baseman, Tyler Planter, is not in time to try and get Armani Smith at first base. Other scores are all in the 6th inning. All these games are in the 6th inning. 1-0 Tri-City over Vancouver, 5-4 Spokane over Everett, and 1-1 between Hillsborough and Eugene. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball, swing and a miss, and a strike 2. As Martirano got his 18th RBI of the season on a shot in the left center field, gets past the shortstop LJ Hatch. It was the second of 2 straight singles that went past the shortstop in the left center field. The other one was by Armani Smith. And the 1-2 pitch is a foul chopper. That goes towards the Boise Hawks on deck circle down the third base side to the right-handed hitter Martirano. Cameron Enck, he got his second loss in his last appearance back on August 18th when the Hawks played up at Nat Bailey Stadium in Vancouver. A ball and 2 strikes, wind up in the pitch. That is a slow chopper, fielded by Delone. Can't throw to second. We'll throw to first, and we'll get the runner out at first base. As Armani Smith will go to second base, brings up the designated hitter and Harrison Freed, who is looking for his first hit of the night. He struck out and popped out to the third baseman, Vladimir Delone, with runners on first and second after Martirano hit an RBI single. As Harrison Freed has a chance to get another run on the board. He has also had a little bit of a surge when it comes to hitting homers recently, so if he gets a ball over the wall, then the Volcanoes will make it a whole new ball game here in the bottom of the 6th. It'll make things a little interesting. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Armani Smith is at second base. Enck, the windup and the first pitch is a curveball outside for a ball 1. Harrison Freed struck out swinging on 4 pitches in the second inning and popped out on the first pitch he saw immediately to the third baseman, Vladimir Delone. Cameron Enck in the stretch. Looks over at second and back at home. The 1-0 pitch, foul ball. That will hit the netting. That goes straight behind home plate. And is now a 1-1 count. He threw an inning, allowing no hits and unearned run. He hit a batter, and he struck out a batter in 17 pitches total back in his last start on August 18th. Or not his last start, but his last appearance on August 18th against the Vancouver Canadians, in which Vancouver scored 3 runs in the 6th, and they won 3-2. The 1-1 pitch is an inside fastball, swing and a miss, and a strike 2. And a 1-2 count. That was also something that Freed had a little trouble with when it came to Will Etheridge on the mound. Swung on a couple inside fastballs. And the 1-2 pitch, that is a ground ball, fielded by the shortstop, who will throw to third for the force. Did he get him? No. The third baseman, Delone, stepped off of the bag. He tried to tag Armani Smith, and he couldn't do it. The shortstop, LJ Hatch, instead of throwing the first for the easy second out, will throw to third in a very interesting decision, and will not get Armani Smith out at third base. Now we're getting somewhere. This is getting a little interesting. Runners on the corners, Carter Aldretti back at the plate. And he is looking for his first hit of the night. I believe they're going to call this a single by Harrison Freed. as Enk will face off against Aldretti. They're going to call that a fielder's choice by Freed, as LJ Hatch tried to throw to third. He couldn't do it. Wind up in the first pitch to Aldretti is a fastball outside for a strike one. That one above the knees on a 0-1 count. Carter, he is 0 for 1 with a walk in the second inning and flew out to the right fielder Trevor Boone on an 0-2 count. Cameron Enk in the stretch. Runners on the corners. The windup and the 0-1. That is a fly ball. That one going in the short center field. Joe Iltz is under it alongside Trevor Boone. It'll be Trevor Boone who will call for it. Armani Smith looking to run, will not. As they'll get him for out number 2. Here's the first baseman in Baker Mendoza, who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout, and after a lengthy at-bat, grounded out to the shortstop, LJ Hatch. So the Volcanoes have runners on the corners here in the bottom of the 6th. It would have been the end of the inning if LJ Hatch didn't throw to third, which means that Mendoza may bring something special to the table here in the bottom of the 6th. The Volcanoes trail by 2 with Harrison Freed at first base, resulting as the game-tying run. The go-ahead run is Baker Mendoza. Wind up by Enk in the first pitch. That's a foul ball. Gets under a fastball. And the count is at 0-1. The Boise Hawks, 4 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors. The Volcanoes, 2 runs on 6 hits and no errors. The Volcanoes trying to get 40 wins this season for the first time since 2013. Cameron Enk in the stretch. Wind up and the 0-1. That is a curveball for a ball 1. That one just getting a little outside, and the count is now even at a ball and a strike. Harrison Freed at first base, who got on in a fielder's choice. It'll be ruled as a fielder's choice and not a single, as LJ Hatch, the shortstop, tried to get Armani Smith at third, couldn't do it. This one a slow grounder, fielded by Hatch, toss it to second for the force, and we'll get him to end the 6th. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on. The score staying at Boise 4, Volcanoes 2, as Abel Adames, I believe, will go back onto the mound, and he will in the top of the 7th against Hatch, Cope, and Plantaire. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center, located in Keizer, or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
At Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions, we offer complete home comfort together in one place.
With a variety of heating and cooling systems and a full range of energy-related home improvements, including insulation, duct leakage testing and sealing, energy audits, performance assessments, and more.
How can we help you be more comfortable in your home? Give us a call and find out.
Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions. Complete home comfort together in one place. 363-4822.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now in the top of the 7th inning. The score, Boise 4, Salem-Keizer 2. Abel Adames on the mound has been pretty masterful, retiring the first 5 batters that he has faced. And the first pitch that he throws to LJ Hatch, the shortstop, is a ball 1. On a fastball outside under the knees. The next pitch, a fastball above the letters at 2-0. The Volcanoes leave a runner on third base. They leave runners on the corners as they once again trail by 2. The 2-0 pitch by Adames is a swing and a miss and a strike 1. On a fastball down and outside. And the Volcanoes leaving 5 runners on base since the Hawks scored those 4 runs. The 2-1 pitch is a fastball outside for a ball 3. It is currently L.J. Hatch, Daniel Cope, and Tyler Planter. The 3-1 pitch is a foul tip into the glove of the catcher, Brandon Marchirano, on a fastball at the letters, and is now a full count 3-2. He was in a full count once before. That was against Trevor Boone. He struck him out. And now in a full count here against L.J. Hatch, and now he has struck him out. A fastball inside, gets the first out in the top of the 7th. And we now go to the designated hitter and Daniel Cope, who is 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. As Cope will try and start something here against Adames, who has so far has been unstoppable on the mound. Using that fastball every which way he can. First pitch, even in that. First pitch is a fastball inside, hit him on the shoulder. As Daniel Cope will run immediately to first base. And it'll be the first base runner for the Hawks since Adames got onto the mound. Here in the top of the 7th inning, 1 out. And the Hawks lead the Volcanoes by a score of 4-2. This is the 3rd time that a Hawks player has been hit. And the 3rd time since, the first time since the 2nd inning. And the 3rd time today. There was a hit batter for Boise yesterday, and there was also a couple of hit batters from both sides in the first game of the series. First pitch to Tyler Planter is a fastball outside on a 1-0 count. Adames in the stretch, a ball and no strikes, wind up and the pitch. That is a pop fly. That one staying in the infield. Jeff Hopi, the shortstop, is looking at it. He is calling for it. He is under it and will make the catch for out number 2. Now bring up the left fielder, Yorvis Torrealba, who is the final batter that has yet to see Adames. As in now 2 2/3 innings, if Adames could get this final batter out, he would have faced off against the entire lineup. There is a pitcher in the bullpen, as there is a chance that Adames may be done after this inning, and that there would be a relief pitcher in the 8th and 9th innings. Wind up in the first pitch by Adames to Torrealba, a fastball for a strike 1 looking. The first 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 7th, Jeff Hopi, Jairo Pomares, and Yorlis Rodriguez, the 9, 1, and 2 hitters. Runner at first base and Daniel Cope with 2 outs. The windup in the 0-1 pitch, that is a short fly ball that goes straight to the second baseman in Yorlis Rodriguez, and that will end the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on. The Volcanoes with another chance to get runs on the board, as it looks like Boise is going to bring in another new pitcher. We're going to find out who it is after this break. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
John, the owner of John's Decks and Fences, will be on your deck or fencing job every day, making sure that every detail is correct. If you're thinking about a deck or fencing project, talk it over with John. He'll be able to help your dream come true. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so that means big savings for you. Many Mid-Valley people are glad they chose John's Decks and Fences for their project. With all the options available, it's good to have an expert in your corner. Contact John at 855-946-5393, CCB number 219310.
America is kept safe because the Army National Guard responds, protects, and supports our nation when it needs them most. From fighting wildfires with air support, helping civilians in flooded neighborhoods, to delivering food and supplies to those who have lost everything, the Army National Guard always responds when disaster strikes. The Army National Guard also trains to be ever vigilant against threats, foreign and domestic. They protect our skies with missile defense weaponry. They secure our information, communications, and infrastructure with cybersecurity. And they protect us against chemical, biological, and radiological hazards with the civilian support team. The Army National Guard also stands ready to deploy and provide support for conflicts or humanitarian missions abroad. Join the Army National Guard and be there to respond, protect, and support your community and your country. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service. Sponsored by the Oregon Army National Guard. Aired by the Oregon Association of Broadcasters and this station.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Volcanoes with another chance to get some runs on the board. They trail the Boise Hawks by a score of 4-2. The Hawks bringing in a new pitcher, this time in number 23, Colton Hathcock, a 23-year-old from Atoka, Tennessee, entering today with a record of no wins and no losses and an ERA of 0. Yeah, this will be his 11th appearance. He has allowed no runs in 9 2/3 innings. He has allowed only 4 hits, 1 unearned run, walked 4 batters, and has struck out 11 after playing a year with the Asheville Tourists and a year with the Grand Junction Rockies. He is making his 2nd appearance against the Volcanoes this year. He pitched against them on the 21st, July 21st, almost 1 month ago, where he threw against 4 batters in an inning, walking 1, striking out 1. And the first pitch from Colton Hathcock to Jeff Hope is a swing and a miss and a strike 1. So Cameron Enck throwing an inning, allowing just 1 hit. And Hathcock will face off against Jeff Hope, Jairo Pomares, and Yorlis Rodriguez. The 0-1 pitch as a fastball goes outside at 1-1. As the Volcanoes, they are trailing by 2. They're looking to start something here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Wind up and the 1-1 by Hathcock. That one is a straight shot. That is a fair ball past the first base line. Hope's turning on the Jets. Jeff Hope is going to run over the second. That one's going all the way to the bullpen. He's going for 3. Hope's going to keep going. He's going to stay at third base. And Jeff Hope starts out the bottom of the 7th inning with a leadoff stand-up triple down the first base line. That is his first triple with the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes this season. That one just barely getting fair. As the Volcanoes look like they're getting into some business here in the bottom of the 7th. It will be the leadoff hitter, Jairo Pomares, who is yet to have a base hit in his 3rd pinch hit at bat of the game. And Jeff Hope, instead of getting his 15th double, he gets something better, and he gets his first triple. That extra base hit brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. Colton Hathcock, the first pitch to Jairo Pomares is a curveball a little outside for a strike 1. Pomares looking to extend the inning offensively for the Volcanoes, possibly knock in a run. And the 0-1 pitch is a fastball down and outside with a 1-1 count. Runner on third base, and the Volcanoes trail by 2. The 1-1 pitch out the ground ball, getting into the hole in right field. Hope is going to score. The Volcanoes have trimmed the lead down the 1. An RBI pinch hit single by Jairo Pomares makes it a 1-run ball game here in Volcanoes Stadium. Hope will score from third, and the game-tying run is at first base. The Volcanoes showing some late inning action here in the bottom of the 7th. Now bring up Yorlis Rodriguez. And the first pitch is a fly ball going in the short right field. The second baseman, Metz, trying to make a play. He can't make the play. Pomares is going to go to second. The throw to second will not be in time. It gets past the shortstop Hatch. And the Volcanoes will have runners on first and second. That pitch was a fastball, a blooper in the short right field. Robert Metz, the second baseman, was the closest to it. He's trying to make a sliding play facing away from the infield, and he couldn't do it. The inning will continue, and Pomares, he was slipping a little bit when he found out that he wasn't going to make the catch. So he went straight to second, and the throw from Robert Metz at second base was a little errant. It hit the ground before getting past the shortstop, L.J. Hatch, and the Volcanoes will have runners on first and second base with nobody out. And now Colton Hathcock will face off against Alex Canario, who has a chance to knock in not only the game-tying run, but the go-ahead run. First pitch is a curveball inside for a strike one, above the knees. No balls and a strike. Hathcock to pitch. That's a shot going in the left field. Back goes Torrealba. That goes over the head of Torrealba. Hits the base of the wall. Pomares is going to score from second base. And Yorlis Rodriguez will go to third. This game is now tied at 4 apiece on an RBI single by Alex Canario. Yorvis Torrealba, the left fielder, didn't even try to make the catch as he just backtracked away from the wall instead of going towards the wall to make the catch. And it'll hit the base of the wall in left field. And the Volcanoes now with runners on second and third base. It is nobody out. And just like that, the Volcanoes have tied the game at 4 apiece. They have 10 hits compared to the Boise Hawks, who have 4 runs on 4 hits. And Boise also has a pitcher in the bullpen. It looks like it may be Stephen Jones, and that may be the case. Colton Hathcock, those were actually the first 2 earned runs that he's ever had this season for Boise. As, like I said, he came in, no wins, no losses with an ERA of 0. Now he has a chance to get his first loss of the season. Will Etheridge, Theus Delbonta Smith, Cameron Ink, they all get no decisions. Travis Perry with a no decision. Abel Adames is online for his second win, and it would be against the Boise Hawks. And the game is now tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hathcock, the first pitch to Armani Smith, who is 2 for 3, swing and a miss and a strike one. The count at 0-1. Hathcock, the 0-1 pitch hits straight back to the backstop, and the count is at 0-2. The go-ahead run for the Volcanoes at third base. Some insurance is at second. It was a double by Canario. An extra base hit brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. The Volcanoes center fielder, I do believe, now leads the Northwest League in doubles with 16. It was definitely up in the conversation. Yeah, he now has 16. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Colton Hathcock, the 1-2 pitch. That one is a shot over the head of the shortstop. Hatch, 1 run's going to score. And Canario's going to stay at third base. And the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have come back from a 3-run deficit. And they lead 5-4. What else is new? The Volcanoes come back from another deficit this season. Armani Smith, another amazing day by him. He went 3 for 4 now. He is going 3 for 4, and the Volcanoes now lead by a score of 5-4. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Steve Solis, the Boise Hawks manager, is walking up to talk to Hathcock. Are they going to take the ball away from him? Yes, they are. As Hathcock will be done. No recorded outs. Currently 5 hits, no walks, no strikeouts, and 3 earned runs, although that is subject to change. I do believe, looking at the jersey number, that it is Stephen Jones. He did pitch against the Volcanoes back in the first game of the series, where he threw 1 inning, allowing 2 hits, striking out 2. But all the at-bats that he had during that first game were all pretty short, with the most pitches that he's thrown being 5 on a 2-2 count. As we can get a better look at the jersey number here, but yeah, Colton Hathcock is online for his first loss. The Volcanoes scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning, and they now lead by a score of 5-3. And yes, the Volcanoes have done this once again. That is one of the things that makes this team very exciting, is that when they get into a deficit like this early in the game, there is actually a better chance than normal of them coming back, and that's what we've seen over the course of this season, and is what has fueled the Volcanoes not only to the success that they have had, as statistically they have been the best offensive team in the Northwest League, but also has led them to an appearance in the playoffs, and like I've said throughout the course of the day, a chance to get their 40th win of the season, which would be the first time since 2013 that they would reach that feat. Which, to no one's surprise at all, was also a year that the Volcanoes went to the Northwest League playoffs. The thing that makes it ironic, though, is that the team that they lost in the playoffs was to Boise in 2 games, who would then lose in the Northwest League championship game, in the championship series, to the Vancouver Canadians that year. As the championship series used to be in 3 games, now it is in 5. So Stephen Jones is the new pitcher, and he'll be making his 2nd appearance in this series in 3 games, as he is now has 2 wins and 1 loss with an ERA of 5.15, or 5.25, my mistake, the 22-year-old from Tallahassee, Florida. You score now 5-4 Volcanoes over the Boise Hawks after they've scored 3 runs during the bottom of the 7th. First pitch to Brandon Martirano is a foul ball past the netting. Runners on the corners. Stephen Jones in the stretch. Wind up and the 0-1. That is a ball 1 on a fastball down low. At a 1-ball, 1-strike count. So Colton Hathcock has a chance to get his first loss of the year. He is making his 10th appearance this season, and he's allowed his first 2 runs this year. The 1-1 pitch is a curveball. That was a foul ball past the first base side, and the count is out of ball and 2 strikes. Canario at third base. Armani Smith is at first base, and the 1-2 pitch is a fastball little inside, and the count now is at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the Volcanoes at one point, they were trailing 4-1, and they now lead by a score of 5-4 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They have 5 runs on 11 hits and no errors. Boise 4 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors. The 2-2 pitch is a chopper, gets into the glove of the first baseman Planetary, drops it. He was looking to throw to second for 2, but he wasn't able to as he dropped the ball, but he's able to pick it up and go to first. He was trying to get the double play, couldn't do it. Canario will score from third as a result, and it'll be an RBI ground out as Armani Smith will go to second. The score now is Volcanoes 6, the Boise Hawks 4, and it would be that miscue from Plantaire that would make this a 2-run lead for the Volcanoes. The second RBI for Martirano, he has 19. As now Harrison Freed will walk up to the plate, as Colton Hathcock now has 4 earned runs under his name after having none in 9 games and 11 in a third innings, which means his ERA would jump up a lot. Jones, the first pitch, that one is a deep shot going to left center field. Toriyama and Iltz is under it and is going to make the catch for the second out. Running over to third base will be Armani. A smooth slide in the third. And the Volcanoes will have a runner at third base. Harrison Freed, that was a very well hit ball, but Alts will track it down, will make the catch for the second out in the inning. Brings up the third baseman, Carter Aldretti, who is 0 for 2 with a pair of flyouts to the right. Especially in the past few games, he has been doing a pretty good job of getting around to the occasion. You're getting a base hit late in a game like this. It would be very beneficial if they can get one at this point in time, because there is a runner at third base. First pitch is a fastball under the letters, strike one looking. The only runner that Colton Hathcock is crediting here is Armani Smith. The only one that Colton Hathcock is credited with is Armani Smith, and he's at third. And the 0-1 pitch, a foul ball past the first base side at 0-2. We just got the attendance here from Volcano Stadium. The attendance in 2,325 people for the final home game here in Volcano Stadium in a while. Stephen Jones, the 0-2 pitch. That is a swing and a miss and a strike three. Aldretti goes down swinging, and that will end the seventh inning. 4 runs are going to score in a huge inning for the Volcanoes. On 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, no errors, and a runner left on. And after trailing 4-2 for the majority of this game, the Volcanoes now lead by a score of 6-4 going into the top of the 8th inning. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutobody.com. Jackson'sAutobody.com.
Engineered around your workload, the Kubota RTV X Series is the best-selling line of diesel utility vehicles in America. With unmatched reliability and plenty of attachments, they'll get the job done right every time. Hurry in for 0 down and 0% APR financing for 48 months or $400 instant rebate. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Visit Rick Rial Farm Supply at 130 Main Street in downtown Rick Rial or online at rickfarm.com.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 8th inning. After trailing by a score of 4-2 and trailing by as many as 3 runs at one point, the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes once again have come back and have taken a 2-run lead over the Boise Hawks by a score of 6-4. The Volcanoes are also taking this time to bring in a new pitcher in Jordan Scott. A call to the bullpen brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli, the best sandwich this side of the Mississippi. As Jordan Scott will look to pitch in the 8th and 9th inning of this game. The 24-year-old from Atlanta, Georgia, currently with the Volcanoes, 2-0 with an ERA of 3.27. Travis Perry going to get a no decision here. Abel Adames is online for his 2nd win of the year, as Jordan Scott will start things off against Trevor Boone, then Robert Metz and Nick Motley. And Scott, the step back in the windup. The first pitch is a check swing. And the infield umpire in Austin Nelson saying that Trevor Boone did not go, and the count will start off at 1-0. As Boone, he is currently 0 for 2 with a run, one of the 4 for Boise. The 1-0 pitch is a fly ball foul. That one going over the netting. And the count is at a ball and a strike. It'll be Trevor Boone, Robert Metz, and Nick Motley. Abel Adames finishing off his night 2 2/3 of perfect innings. No hits, no runs, no walks, struck out 3 in the 1-1 pitch. The fastball outside, 2 balls and a strike. As the Volcanoes will be playing their final home game in a while. 2 balls and a strike. The curveball, strike 2 looking from Jordan Scott. As the next time that the Volcanoes will be playing here at home will be on September 1st against the Eugene Emeralds in a 5:05 start time, and the final regular season game will be at a 4:05 start time against the same Emeralds team. The 2-2 pitch is outside at a ball 3. That is the third consecutive at-bat in which Trevor Boone has been in a full count. He was 0 for 2 in his last 2 times. The step back and the windup, the payoff pitch by Jordan Scott. That is a ground ball. Fielded a bad hop. Whoa, that is an odd hop from the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez, who was able to make an amazing play. It hit the line between the infield and the infield grass, took a giant hop. As a nice job by Yorlis Rodriguez to never keep his eyes off the ball and is able to track his glove to where he can make the play. We'll throw to the first baseman, Baker Mendoza, and we'll get him out for out number 1 here in the top of the 8th. Here is the second baseman, Robert Metz, who is 1 for 3 with a double and a run in the second inning. A double down the third base line that Carter Aldretti could not make the play on. The windup and the first pitch is inside and a ball 1. So the Volcanoes and Hawks playing in their 15th and final meeting here in the regular season. The 1-0 pitch is a chopper fielded by Carter Aldretti right at the infield grass. Throw to first will be in time for out number 2. And we'll bring up Nick Motley, the catcher. 1 for 3 with a single and a run. Struck out in his last couple of times up at the plate. This is the 15th and final time that these two teams are facing off. And the Volcanoes, they are 12-2 entering today against Boise. They're looking for their 13th win against the Boise Hawks and their 10th consecutive win against Boise after losing at Memorial Stadium on June 30th. They haven't lost against Boise since. First pitch is a curveball for a strike 1 looking. Motley with an RBI single in the top of the second inning that knocked in the first run for Boise. Jordan Scott looking masterful on the mound here in the 8th inning. And the count at 0-1, the windup in the pitch. That is a strike 2 looking on another curveball. This one inside and a little under the knees. No balls and 2 strikes. The Hawks 4 runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors. The Volcanoes 6 runs on 11 hits. They just exploded with offense in the 7th inning. The step back on the windup, no balls and 2 strikes. Got the pitch. That is a strike 3 call and a fastball right down the hole. And Jordan Scott with a 1-2-3 inning. They'll end the top of the 8th. The score stays 6-4 Volcanoes as they'll have one more chance to get some runs on the board in the bottom of the 8th inning. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Homegrown NFL star Kevin Boss of the Kansas City Chiefs goes to PT Northwest for his local physical therapy needs. With the help of PT Northwest, Kevin was able to achieve his goals of winning a Super Bowl. Need sports rehab yourself? Go where the pros go. Go online at ptnorthwest.com or call PT Northwest at 503-371-8860. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem. PT Northwest is the premier sports rehab provider in the Willamette Valley and the official sports rehab provider to the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes.
Miss Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
Extra Mile presents Extra Man.
Sup, Extra Buds?
In today's episode, it was a day like any other.
Seems about right.
Until everything changed.
Wait, what? It did?
The cravings arrived.
Oh, you mean like every day around now, I start craving some tasty snacks?
Exactly. How will he fight off this beast?
Usual way. Run by Extra Mile convenience store Chevron, pick up some jerky, candy, fruit.
Cravings annihilated. Extra Man moves on to the day's next challenge.
Yeah, now I'm thirsty for a water or energy drink. Guess I'll head back to
Extra Mile, extras every day at select Chevron locations.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes leading the Boise Hawks by a score of 6-4. A new pitcher for the Boise Hawks, that is Jacob Wallace, who will be filling in for Stephen Jones, as the Volcanoes will try and get some more runs on the board here in the bottom of the 8th. As Jones will finish off in the 7th inning, throwing the final 3 outs in the 7th inning, striking out the final batter in Carter Aldretti. Wallace, 2019 draft choice out of the University of Connecticut. And we'll start off against the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Mendoza, Jeff Hopi, and Quan Adkins. As the Volcanoes, they were trailing by a score of 4-2, entering the bottom of the 7th inning. They scored 4 runs, and they now lead by a score of 6-4. Jacob Wallace, no wins and no losses, an ERA of 1.59. His 19th appearance, he has 10 saves, which leads the Northwest League. He has allowed 3 earned runs in 17 innings, walking 7 and striking out 24, has an opposing batting average of 155. Not too shabby at all. We'll start off against Baker Mendoza in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes trying to get some more runs on the board after they scored 4 in the bottom of the 7th inning. As Mendoza is looking for his first hit of the night, 0 for 3 with a ground out, a fielder's choice, and a strikeout. And the first 2 were against Boise starting pitcher Will Etheridge. The first pitch by Wallace is outside and a ball 1. So the Volcanoes looking to win their 10th consecutive game in their final regular season game against the Boise Hawks, and their 40th, and they get their 40th win. Wallace, the windup in the 1-0 pitch, ball 2. That one's a fastball down low. It'll be Mendoza, Hopi, and Quan Adkins. Hopi started off the bottom of the 7th inning with a leadoff triple that just landed fair down the first base line. My mistake, not Adkins. Jairo Pomares with an RBI single. Then Yorlis Rodriguez with a single. Canario with an RBI double. Armani Smith with an RBI single. And Brandon Martirano with an RBI ground out. The 2-0 count is a fastball outside and under the knees. 3 balls, no strikes. Jacob Wallace in the stretch. Wind up and the 3-0 count. That is a swing and a miss and a strike 1. As it'll be Mendoza, Jeff Hopi, and Jairo Pomares. And the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. 3 balls and a strike. Wallace the pitch. That is a swing and a miss. That is a strike 2. The last time that Wallace faced off against the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, I believe he got a save. That is not the case, but he did get a save at one point against the Volcanoes. This last one was on the 21st. A payoff pitch is a foul grounder towards the Volcanoes dugout. Count stays full as Jacob Wallace is able to get to a full count, 3-2. On July 21st, he threw a perfect inning, 14 pitches. And at Salem-Keizer, he threw an inning allowing 2 runs. And the payoff pitch is the ground ball, fielded by L.J. Hatch. Throws to first. You'll get Mendoza in time for out number 1. Here's the starting shortstop in Jeff Hopi, who is 1 for 3 with the triple and the run back in the previous inning. As that ball, it landed in fair territory down the first base line. And started rolling all the way to the Volcanoes bullpen. And Wallace getting the sign from the catcher, Nick Motley, the windup and the first pitch. That is a ball one low and a 1-0 count. So the Volcanoes will play 8 road games in 9 days starting tomorrow. They'll play in 8 road games they'll play in 4 road games against the Vancouver Canadians. The 1-0 pitch is a fly ball foul past the third base side. And once again, it's a 1-1 count. They'll play 4 games against the Canadians. They'll have a day off on August 27th. And then they'll play 4 more road games against the Eugene Emeralds before playing their final 2 home games against the Emeralds here at Volcano Stadium. On September 1st, it is a 5:05 start time, while on September 2nd, it is a 4:05 start time. And the Volcanoes will play definitely at home on September 4th. They'll play at home on September 5th if necessary for games 2 and 3 of the division series. We do not know any times for that as of right now. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball outside, down and low for a ball 2. There's a lot of information we don't know about the division series. The only thing we really know is that we are going to be playing in it. September 3rd, or my mistake, no, September 4th is on the road. September 5th and 6th are here at Volcano Stadium. I accidentally said September 4th and 5th. And the 2-1 pitch is a fastball outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So on September 5th and 6th, on the 5th, there's definitely going to be a playoff home game here. And I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to miss that. On the 6th, if necessary, there is going to be a home game for Game 3 of the division series. The 2-2 pitch is a pop fly going in the foul territory. Deloney trying to make the catch, and he'll make it. A snow cone catch for out number 2. They'll go to the top of the order in Jairo Pomares, who had an RBI pinch hit single in the 7th inning and scored a run. As Pomares did a great job of knocking in the first run, which was Hopi from third base, and made it a 4-3 game. And the first pitch from Wallace to Pomares, a swing and a miss and a strike 1. 6-4. Salem-Keizer over the Boise Hawks. It'll be the first time in 4 years that they'll be going to the playoffs. And the 0-1 pitch, a swing and a miss and a strike 2. It'll be the first time in 4 years that they'll be going to the playoffs, but it will be the first time in 6 years that the Volcanoes will have 40 or more wins in a season. They had 47, and if they keep winning the rest of their games, there's a chance they may get more than that. And the 0-2 pitch is a chopper fielded by the second baseman Richard Metz. Throws to first, gets him in time, and that will end the night offensively for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 8th inning. The score, Salem-Keizer 6, Boise 4, and the Volcanoes 3 outs away from a chance of sweeping the series. As we go to the top of the 9th inning, it'll be Vladimir Deloney, Joe Eilt, and L.J. Hatch, who will be the last hope for the Boise Hawks. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
$2 Tuesday is the perfect time to visit North Block Coffee at 640 Commercial Northeast. All 12-ounce drinks are just $2 all day long on Tuesday. Cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, blended coffees, cold brews, Italian sodas, hot chocolate smoothies, and all kinds of iced teas are just $2 on $2 Tuesdays at North Block Coffee on Commercial Northeast. When you pull in, you'll get a smile and have your drink made perfect. See North Block Coffee on Facebook and Instagram.
Hey, KYKN fans, are you listening? Tom Marks, your residential real estate specialist from Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Real Estate Professionals. Are you thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate? If you'd like to give me a call at 503-881-9230, I'll meet with you and listen to your real estate goals. We'll call it a job interview. If you like me and what I offer, we can do business together. There's no hard sell, just casual conversation. Tom Marks, 503-881-9230.
You can make sure that your vehicle stays nice and cool this summer and beyond if you call the Car Shop in Dallas. Mark Heiss and his team will give your air conditioner system a complete checkup. If your AC needs attention, they'll take care of it in a timely fashion. Don't take a chance. Have it checked at the Car Shop and stay cool. They're located at 1315 East Ellendale Avenue in Dallas or online at thecarshopdallas.com. For 13 years, they've been your complete auto repair shop in Dallas.
Your home of the Salem-Keizer volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the ninth inning. The Volcanoes are 3 outs away from sweeping the Boise Hawks here at Volcano Stadium. Jordan Scott is on the mound and will be looking to get a save here in tonight's game. They'll start off against the 9-hitter Vladimir Delone. It would be his first save of the season. First pitch is low and outside and a ball 1. It'll be Vladimir Delone, Joe Iltz, and L.J. Hatch as the Boise Hawks have been kept in check since they scored all 4 of their runs in the top of the second. The 1-0 pitch is a strike one looking on a curveball that just goes a little outside. So Abel Adames will be online for his second win, and Jordan Scott online for his first save of the season. The windup and the 1-1 pitch. That is a shot. Goes straight to the second baseman, Rodriguez, but it goes over his glove as Vladimir Delone will get a leadoff single to start off the top of the ninth. It is a great effort by Rodriguez, who was in the shift in short right center and wasn't able to make the catch. And we now go to the top of the order for the 5th time around for the Hawks in Joe Iltz. The Hawks at the end of the day would have more plate appearances than the Volcanoes, but the Volcanoes are the ones that have scored the most runs and will have a chance of sweeping them. Scott, the windup in the first pitch, foul ball, hits the backstop behind home plate. Doesn't touch the dirt until afterwards, and the count will start off at 0-1. There is a pitcher in the bullpen for Boise, and it looks like that may be Joel Condrier. Again, the Boise Hawks are in the middle of a very long road trip, playing 17 road games in 18 days. And the windup in the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and a strike one, and a 1-1 count. Iltz is 0 for 3 after he's 0 for 2 after getting that sacrifice fly, but before that he flew out to right field. So Iltz 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly in the second that gave the Hawks a 2-1 lead. No balls and 2 strikes. Scott, the windup in the pitch outside in a ball 1, where Brandon Marchirano looked immediately the first to try and get after Delone. Vlad Delone, 2 for 4 in stolen bases this year. Throw to first, not in time. And the Volcanoes trying to get the 10th consecutive win against the Boise Hawks. They are 12-2 against Boise this year. They're looking for their 13th win in 15 matchups against the Hawks this year. The ball and 2 strikes. Jordan Scott in the stretch, windup and the 1-2. That is a ball 2. That one getting away from Marchirano. Delone looking to go to third as he will go to second, and now Delone's in a rundown throw to third. Does he get him? No, he doesn't. As Aldretti couldn't tag Delone in time, Marchirano, he was throwing to second base after he saw Delone straight closest to the bag at second base. The count is at 2-2. Instead of throwing to third, Brandon Marchirano will throw to second. Instead of trying to keep Delone at second base by throwing to third, he throws to second base, and it gives Delone the green light to go to third. 2 balls and 2 strikes, nobody out, and on a wild pitch, Vladimir Delone will go from first to third. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Scott, the windup in the pitch, that's a chopper. Fielded by Aldretti. The throw to first will be in time, and Delone will stay at third base. Keep him at third as we go to the number 2 hitter in L.J. Hatch, who has a couple of RBIs here tonight. Other scores very quickly from around the Northwest League. Going to the bottom of the 9th inning, Hillsboro and Eugene are tied at 2. In the top of the 9th inning, the Spokane Indians lead the Everett Aquasox now by a score of 6-5. And going into the top of the 9th, Tri-City leads Vancouver 2-0. Jordan Scott, the windup in the first pitch to L.J. Hatch is a curveball for a strike one looking. If they keep winning every game, the Volcanoes would even have a chance at 50 wins in the season. No balls and 1 strike, runner at third base, wind up in the pitch. That is a curveball inside, swing and a miss, and a strike 2. 39 wins and 26 losses for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, looking to get 40 wins for the first time in 6 years. No balls and 2 strikes with 1 out here in the top of the 9th. The Hawks have a runner at third base. And Jordan Scott, the windup and the 0-2. That is a blooper that is going to be caught by the right fielder, Deloney, looking to go to third, and he'll stop at third base. And what a throw by Armani Smith. That one was a blooper hit in the short right field. Armani Smith making the catch, and Deloney staying at third base. So the Volcanoes are 1 out away for the sweep. And we now go to the designated hitter in Daniel Cope, who is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. There is no moment that is more exciting than seeing the Volcanoes late in the game come back from a long deficit, from a large deficit. They came back from 3 runs down this time. They have come down from as many as 6 at one point. First pitch from Jordan Scott to Daniel Cope outside and a ball 1. Jordan Scott still a runner on third base. The 1-0 pitch. That is a strike 1 looking on the outside corner. Jordan Scott looking for his first save. We have gone past the 3-hour mark. Right now at 3 hours and 8 minutes at 9:43 p.m. 1-1. Jordan Scott in the stretch looking for his first save. That is a swing and a miss and a strike 2 and a fastball. And Jordan Scott 1 out away from getting the sweep for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes and to give them 5 of 6 here in the Homestead. They won 2 of 3 against Everett. The 1-ball, 2-strike count. 6-4 Salem-Keizer. Boise has a runner on third. The windup and the pitch from Scott. That is a shot in the center field, and a run is going to score. An RBI single by Daniel Cope, and the Volcanoes, they now lead by 1 by a score of 6-5. Daniel Cope on a 1-2 pitch hits a fastball straight in the center field. Right in front of the center fielder, Canario. It is the second RBI, the second hit of this game, the second RBI of this series for Daniel Cope. After he hit that solo home run back in the first game of the series. And we now go to the starting first baseman in Tyler Plantaire, who represents the go-ahead run for the Boise Hawks here in the 9th. First pitch is a fly ball foul past the first base side. And the Volcanoes still 1 out away from getting 40 wins on the season. No balls and 1 strike. Jordan Scott in the stretch. There is a runner on first base. The windup and the 0-1. That is a foul ball. Hits the netting behind home plate. Another fastball by Scott, and the count is at 0-2. The Volcanoes looking to also get a 500 record in second half play. 14 wins and 14 losses, as well as their 26th win at home. Scott the stretch. Wind up in the 0-2. That is a foul chopper past the third base side. Fielded by Carter Aldretti. So it'll be Jacier Herrera tomorrow up at Vancouver. Norwith Godino for game 2. Connor Nurse for Game 3 and Kervin Castro for the final game of that 4-game series. There's also going to be a number of players who will not be in Canada for the 4-game series, but will be back when they play at PK Park. The 0-2 pitch that is inside and a ball one. Martirano almost getting ready to throw to first to try and get Daniel Cope. For Cope, that is his 11th RBI of the year. Hitting that pitch in the center field, and the Boise Hawks have the game-tying run at first base on their 6th hit of the night. 5 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors. The 1-2 pitch by Scott, swing and a miss. Bring your brooms out, everybody, because the Volcanoes just got the sweep against the Boise Hawks. Jordan Scott striking out Tyler Plantaire. That will end the top of the 9th. 1 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on. And that will end this game. And another comeback for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. The final score, Volcanoes 6 and the Boise Hawks 4. 13-2 against Boise this year. 10 straight and their 40th overall win of the season. They are 40-26. We're going to take another break here from Volcano Stadium. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Keeping an active lifestyle is one of the best ways to stay fit and healthy. At PT Northwest, our goal is to help you achieve just that. Through our clinical outcomes and highly trained experts, we can help you recover from an injury or help you advance to where you want to be. Find a professional physical therapist now at PT Northwest with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Kaiser, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem. Go online to ptnorthwest.com to find out more.
Hello fans, the Volcanoes are back in town for a 6-game homestand, and check out what you can be part of. Monday the 19th is Kids Night, all kids 12 and under free, compliments of McDonald's. Tuesday the 20th is Military Night, all former and current military and families get in absolutely free. Wednesday and Thursday the 21st and 22nd is our annual Back to School Family Nights with $5 GA tickets and all kids 12 and under free. Get your tickets today by calling 503-390-2225 or visit volcanosbaseball.com. Discover the wonder all over again.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center located in Keizer or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. With the conclusion of the 6-game homestand, the Volcanoes have just swept the Boise Hawks once again, this time by a final score of 6-5. The Boise Hawks 5 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors. They left 8 runners on, while the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes 6 runs on 11 hits, no errors, and they left 7 runners on. Abel Adamas getting his 2nd win of the season at 2-0. Colton Hathcock getting his first loss for the Boise Hawks at 0-1. And Jordan Scott getting his first save of the year in a game that lasted 3 hours and 11 minutes with an attendance of 2,325 people. Boise will be parting ways with the Volcanoes with an overall record of 24-42 with a 9-19 record in the Northwest League South Division, while the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes will be traveling up to the Great White North of Canada with their 40th win of the season. First time since 2013 that they've reached a 40-win plateau, 40-26 with a .500 record, a second half play at 14-14. We're going to take one more break here for the Volcanoes postgame here from Keizer, Oregon. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutobody.com. Jackson'sAutobody.com.
Hi, I'm Jaden. My husband Chris and I own Synergize Auto here in Dallas, Oregon. We always have a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and power sports, and you'll be working directly with us always. We are a non-pressuring, easy to work with, and family-owned company. We offer financing options, take trade-ins, and do consignments. See our inventory at synergizeauto.com. That's SYNERGIZE auto.com. Find us on Google to see what customers are saying. We're all about service and being a dealership you can trust.
At Sylvan Learning Centers, there's an entire team ready to help students succeed. Here's what families are saying about Sylvan.
Madison was having difficulties with her math, so we put her in Sylvan, and by the time she started 6th grade, she was only a few months behind.
The instructor helped me improve on my reading and comprehension. My skills are a whole lot better thanks to her.
Does your child or grandchild need a head start going back to school? This is Kim Dorn, and Sylvan can get them headed in the right direction. Call 503-363-2996 today.
The game may be over, but we're not done yet. It's the post-game wrap-up, presented by Chevron Extra Mile. Now, here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have just concluded their 6-game homestead and their final 3-game series against the Boise Hawks by first winning 5-6 in the homestead overall. And by beating the Boise Hawks in the final 3 games of the series and the final 3 meetings of this 2019 season, as they've beaten the Boise Hawks by a final score of 6-5. The Volcanoes now with a 500 record in the second half of the season with a 14-14 record and a overall record now of 40-26. While the Boise Hawks now with a record of 24-42 with a second half record of 9-19. I can definitely say for a safe bet that the Volcanoes would be in third place. What it looks like after looking at what's going on between the Hops and the Emeralds, that they might actually have a shot at being tied for second place with the Eugene Emeralds, as Hillsboro is currently in the top of the 10th inning. They're leading the Eugene Emeralds by a score of 3-2. But we'll get into that game later. There's a chance that that game may be over when we get to the next segment. But let's take a look at what happened here today. The Volcanoes struck first with a run on the board in the bottom of the first inning on a strikeout by Will Etheridge, to which Armani Smith struck out. The ball got away from the catcher, Nick Motley. But the throw from Motley to the first baseman, Tyler Planter, got past his glove, which scored Alex Canario and gave the Volcanoes an early 1-0 lead. But against Travis Perry, Boise took an early 4-1 lead, scoring 4 runs on an RBI single by Nick Motley, a sacrifice fly by Joe Iltz, and a 2-run double by L.J. Hatch that looked like it was caught by Quan Adkins, but Adkins crashed into the wall. It looked like he banged up his side a little bit as he was shaken up. He went back into the dugout and was replaced by Jairo Pomares over in left field. And the Hawks took a 4-1 lead, but this is when the Volcanoes came back and tried to take the lead. In the bottom of the third, they would cut the lead down to 4-2 after an RBI single by Brandon Martirano. And then fast forward 4 innings later to the bottom of the 7th, where they scored 4 runs to take a 6-4 lead. They started off with a leadoff triple by Jeff Hoppe, an RBI single by Jairo Pomares. A little bit of foreshadowing there with what happened back in the second inning. A couple of batters later, an RBI double by Alex Canario and an RBI single by Armani Smith gave the Volcanoes a 5-4 lead. And an RBI ground out by Brandon Martirano scored Canario, which gave the Volcanoes some insurance. And it found out it was insurance well needed as the Boise Hawks scored a run in the top of the 9th on an RBI single by Daniel Cope, which scored Vladimir Delone, made the final score Salem-Keizer 6, Boise 5. Again, the Volcanoes 6 runs on 11 hits, no errors. They left 7 runners on, while the Boise Hawks had 5 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors. They left 8 runners on. Travis Perry for Salem-Keizer got a no decision after allowing 4 runs and 4 1/3 innings, while the starting pitcher for Boise, Will Etheridge, allowed 2 runs, 1 earned in 3 2/3 innings. Phineas Del Bonta Smith allowing a perfect inning in the third. Cameron Enck allowing only a hit in 1 inning. And it was when Colton Hathcock came onto the mound in the 7th was when everything went downhill for Boise, as it looked like at first Boise was going to come away with a win. But instead, the Volcanoes came back and got their 40th overall win of the season, their 10th straight overall win, or their 10th straight win against the Hawks, and their 13th overall win and final win against the Boise Hawks. This is their final regular season meeting between these two teams. Stephen Jones with a perfect inning after him, and Jacob Wallace with a perfect inning in the 8th after him. While after Travis Perry, Abel Adames threw two and 2/3 innings of perfect baseball. No hits, no walks, no runs, struck out 3 and got his second win of the season. Ironically enough, which was also, the other win was also against Boise, and that was back in the final game of the 3-game series at Memorial Stadium. Funny enough, the final game at Boise. While Jordan Scott got his second save, allowing a couple of hits, a run, striking out a couple of batters in 2 innings to get his first save of the season. The Volcanoes now 26-10 at home, while the Hillsboro Hops may have the best home record winning percentage-wise. They are a half game ahead of the Volcanoes with a 26-9 record. Salem-Keizer now with 26-10. The Boise Hawks 5-26 on the road, as they will be playing 4 games on the road at Giesa Stadium against Tri-City as part of a very long road trip, while the Volcanoes will start a very long road trip of their own, 8 games in 9 days, 4 at Vancouver, 4 at Eugene, with a day off in between, and then 2 games here at home on September 1st against Eugene. It is a 5:05 start time, while on September 2nd, the final regular season game before they get ready for the playoffs, it is a 4:05 start time. That is on September 2nd, where the Volcanoes will play against the Eugene Emeralds. We're going to take a break here from Volcano Stadium. Final score, Volcanoes 6, Hawks 5. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
When your vehicle is getting hard to crank, it's time to change batteries. The next time, you may be stuck at a bad location. See the pros at Batteries Northwest now and have the battery check. They have hundreds of different batteries available. Whatever you drive, there's a good chance that Batteries Northwest has the right one for you. A low-performing battery will do damage to other parts of your vehicle as well. BatteriesNorthwest.com. That's BatteriesNorthwest.com. Call 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you.
Hunting season is right around the corner, and Sportsman's Warehouse has the hunting and camping equipment that you need. They have a large selection of rifles, ammo, and accessories. Come talk to the experts at Sportsman's and have all your questions answered. This year, let Sportsman's Warehouse set you up for a successful hunting season. They're on Lancaster Drive next to Winco or online at sportsmans.com. Make your hunting experience extraordinary with Sportsman's Warehouse.
Hi, this is Michelle at Copycats, located in West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer. We are much more than a full-service copy center. While we have the latest technology in self-service and full-service copy machines, we also offer an amazing array of printing and binding options. Color copying, offset printing, process color printing, laser engraving, and a full-color poster. We do it all. Copycats offers a high-quality products and services in addition to printing and copying, such as trophies, awards, signs, banners, business forms, and invitations. We also stock hundreds of different papers, from elegant stationery stock to suit every taste. So let Copycats of West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer take care of you. Find us online at copycatsnw.com. At Copycats, our cats are paper trained.
August is here, and you look around your yard, you have just 1 or 2 more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
If we could convey one thing about Day Heating Company, we'd like you to know that we will do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to guarantee your satisfaction.
Whatever it takes to ensure your comfort.
Whatever it takes to earn your trust.
With locations in Salem and Corvallis, let us do whatever it takes to meet your heating and cooling needs.
And right now, it is a great time to receive rebates and tax credits.
Call us today, 363-4822. Day Heating. There is a difference.
your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Volcanoes have just pulled off another comeback and have swept the Boise Hawks once again and have won their last 10 games against Boise over the course of this season. They have beaten Boise by a score of 6-5. Right now, that is one of 3 games, or is one game that's still going on, and it's an extra innings. As that game is currently in the bottom of the 10th inning. That is between Hillsboro and Eugene. We're going to get to that game last, as the other 2 games are final. We've just talked about the Boise Salem-Keizer game just earlier. The Volcanoes getting their 40th win and another comeback victory. As the standings right now in the Northwest League, in the Northwest League South Division, the Volcanoes right now, they're either going to be second or third place. Boise staying in last place. The Eugene Emeralds are playing Hillsboro. Eugene is 1 game ahead of the Volcanoes. If Eugene loses, then the Volcanoes will be tied with them for second place, although I do believe Eugene does lead the tiebreaker. But Hillsboro will be one step closer to getting that second half Northwest League South Division title, while in the Northwest League North Division, Spokane, they have just beaten the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 8-5, and they got their 17th win. They're 17-11. Tri-City just lost. Or my mistake. Is it Tri-City just lost? Yes, Tri-City just lost. It was another close game down at Gisa Stadium. They got their Tri-City won, actually, the 15th win. They are 2 games behind of Spokane, but one thing that's important is that they're 2 games ahead of Everett. Everett is 13-15. Vancouver now is going to enter the series with the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes with a second half record of 12-16. As we take a look at the games from around the Northwest League, first, the 2 games that are over, starting with the Vancouver Tri-City game, because we're going to be playing Vancouver starting tomorrow. In the bottom of the 2nd inning, Jason Pineda with an RBI single makes it 1-0. And in the bottom of the 7th inning, with the bases loaded on a 4-pitch walk to Johnny Homza. He walks with the bases loaded, makes the final score Tri-City 2, Vancouver 0. Vancouver, no runs on 3 hits and 2 errors. Tri-City, 2 runs on 2 hits and 2 errors. It looks like Vancouver's bats may be a little hungry entering the series against the Volcanoes. Jake Sims getting his 2nd win of the season for Tri-City. Felix Menjarez getting his first save, while Alex Nolan for the Vancouver Canadians gets his 3rd loss for Vancouver. As the Dust Devils now are 4 games under 500 at 31-35. Well, the Vancouver Canadians are now 12 games under 500 at 27-39. And the other game, and the other game that ended, that is currently final right now, is the game between the Spokane Indians and the Everett Aqua Sox over at Funko Field at Everett Memorial. We start off in the top of the 3rd inning. Kellen Strom with a 2-run double, and Luis Asuncion with a 2-run single gives the Indians a 4-0 lead, but Everett would immediately cut that lead in half, 4-2. On a 2-run double by Trent Tingelstad. In the top of the 4th inning, Spokane would take a 5-2 lead after a solo home run by Christian Ainoa. In the bottom of the 4th, Brennan Kalawahea hits a 2-run home run, makes the score now Spokane 5, Everett 4. But in the top of the 8th inning, they would get another run on the board, and they would now lead by a score of 6-4. In the bottom of the 8th, for Everett, Connor Hoover with an RBI groundout, which scores Robert Perez. And would make the score 6-5 Spokane over the Aqua Sox. But in the top of the 9th inning, the Spokane Indians would run away with this game on an RBI double by Strom. He's back at it again. Another guy who's back at it again, that's David Garcia with an RBI single. Final score, Spokane 8, Everett 5. Spokane 8 runs on 10 hits and an error. Everett 5 runs on 8 hits and 3 errors. Jeffrey Nunez getting his 5th win of the season. Damon Casetta Stubbs getting his 3rd loss, while Nick Lau for the Spokane Indians getting his first save. Spokane now 12 games over 500 at 39-27, while the Everett Aqua Sox are 4 games under 500 with a 31-35 record on the year. And finally, we have this game going on right now. Currently, it's in the bottom of the 10th inning in a game between the Hillsboro Hops and the Eugene Emeralds. We start off in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Eugene starting off with a 1-0 lead on an RBI groundout by Luis Vasquez. That is the first run that Eugene has had in this series, as they're getting shut out in the first 2 games. In the top of the 5th, Hillsboro would tie it up on a sacrifice fly by Daniel Wassinger, and would tie it up at 1 apiece. But then in the bottom of the 7th inning, Alex Guerra with a RBI single would give him a 2-1 lead. But in the top of the 9th, Hillsboro not only would tie, but in the next inning would take the lead. In the top of the 9th, Andy Yerzy ties it up with an RBI single. And Jorge Barrosa in the top of the 10th with an RBI single. Hillsboro currently leads by the score of 3-2. As the Emeralds currently have a pinch hitter in Grayson Bird at the plate with 2 outs and a runner on third, bottom of the 10th. Hillsboro 3 runs on 3 hits. The Eugene Emeralds 2 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors. That is what we know right now. If Hillsboro beats Eugene, then the Volcanoes will be tied with Eugene for second place, although I do believe that Eugene would have the tiebreaker. And if the Emeralds come back and walk off and beat Hillsboro, that would be pretty good towards the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, as that would bring them one step closer to shortening the lead to the Northwest League South Division second half title as well. It would be good for Eugene as well if they would come back. So right now, Hillsboro's leading 3-2, and we have just gotten a confirmation of a final score. Hillsboro has beaten the Eugene Emeralds by a final score of 3-2 in 10 innings. So Hillsboro will get their 42nd win of the season, and Eugene will be tied with Salem-Keizer for second place in the Northwest League South Division. We're going to take one more break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. You're listening to 1430 KOIKN. Salem is listening.
There's nothing better than the crack of a baseball bat and the cheer of the crowd. Les Schwab is proud to sponsor Summertime Baseball and all of the sights and sounds of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. This team knows how to work together, inning after inning, game after game. Just like the team at your local Les Schwab. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, Les Schwab is ready for you. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Lube Plus in downtown Salem.
Hi, I'm Danny Moore, General Manager here at Creekside Golf Club located in South Salem. Summer is in the air. Golf season is underway. Whether you play a lot of golf or a little golf, we have a membership for everybody. And the golfer in the family plays the golf, and the rest of the family gets to use all of our amenities, which are several. Starting with our swimming pool, our state-of-the-art workout facility, our great driving range with free range balls, which features a performance center for club repair and club fitting. And new, we have 2 pickleball courts, a basketball area, and under construction is a bocce ball court. So as you can see, there's a lot for the whole family. And Danny's On the Green restaurant features great food, great service, and great views of the golf course. So as you can see, we have a lot to offer here at Creekside Golf Club. I'd love to have you come on out and let me show you around, or visit our website at golfcreekside.com. Come on out and see me.
Sweet Dog Days is the perfect place to send your pooch for a day or a vacation. Lisa and her staff of dog-loving attendants will make sure that your pet is well fed and cared for. Plus, there will be other pets there waiting to play. Go to doggydaycaresalem.com. That's doggydaycaresalem.com. Hundreds of pet owners rave about the care their pets receive at Sweet Dog Days. They can even watch their pet on closed-circuit TV while they're away. No matter how long they stay, make sure it's at Sweet Dog Days.
Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Volcanoes have just swept the Boise Hawks by a final score of 6-5 over the Boise Hawks. to finish off the 15-game season series, with the Volcanoes winning 13 of 15, including 10 straight. And they'll be playing four games on the road against Vancouver starting tomorrow, while Boise will play 4 games on the road against the Tri-City Dust Devils at Giza Stadium. As tradition for the final segment, let's take a look at the scores from around Major League Baseball first, with any games that are still going on. From what it looks like, there is not. The day of baseball is over on August 22nd, 2019 for the most part. In terms of Major League Baseball, doesn't look like any other games are going on at the moment. So let's take a look at what happened over the course of basically since the day began on August 22nd. We start off in the final 10 innings at Fenway Park. The Boston Red Sox beating the Kansas City Royals by a score of 5-4 on a walk-off double by Brock Holt. In the bottom of the 10th inning, Red Sox win by a score of 5-4. It was a continuation of a game that was suspended on August 7th due to inclement weather. It has continued here today, and the Red Sox got their 61st win. The Chicago Cubs beat the San Francisco Giants by a score of 1-0 at Wrigley Field. Kyle Hendricks with 7 scoreless innings, getting his 9th win. Jeff Samardzija, he is 9-10, and he has his 10th loss. And the Cubs, 11 games over 500. The Giants, 2 games under 500 here today. The Tampa Bay Rays beating the Baltimore Orioles by a score of 5-2 after the Orioles started off scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning. The Washington Nationals beating the Pittsburgh Pirates by a score of 7-1. Max Scherzer going on the mound, but also at the plate, getting a base hit. And the Nationals win. 70th win of the season over the Pirates, winning by 6 runs. The final in 8 innings due to inclement weather. The New York Mets beating the Cleveland Indians by a score of 2-0, or at least I would assume that is inclement weather. The Mets pitcher Noah Syndergaard getting his 9th win of the season, as the Mets, they sweep Cleveland, and that is the main story. Noah Syndergaard getting his 9th win of the season. The Atlanta Braves beating the Miami Marlins by a score of 3-2. This was one of the most exciting games of the day, because the Marlins, they were leading 2-1. And Freddie Freeman hits a home run to tie it up in the bottom of the 8th, and Ronald Acuna Jr. gets a base hit to walk off against the Marlins and win by a final score of 3-2. It's very exciting. The St. Louis Cardinals beating the Colorado Rockies by a score of 6-5. This is also in another kind of comeback fashion. The Rockies leading the Cardinals 5-2. The Cardinals score 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and then 2 more in the bottom of the 7th on a 2-run home run by Dexter Fowler. The Cardinals win by 1 run, a score of 6-5. The Houston Astros beating the Detroit Tigers by a score of 6-3. Garrett Cole striking out 12 over 7 innings and getting his 15th win. Jordan Zimmerman, his 9th loss. He entered today with an ERA of 6.66. That's not even a joke. He doesn't have it anymore. It's gone down to 6.48, but he got his 9th loss of the season. Garrett Cole, 7 scoreless frames. The Tigers had all 3 of their runs in the top of the 9th, but it was not enough, as the Astros would get their 82nd win and win by 3. The Chicago White Sox beating the Texas Rangers by a score of 6-1. Yoan Moncada and James McCann going back-to-back in the bottom of the 3rd inning. White Sox winning by 5, getting 10 hits. The Oakland A's beating the New York Yankees by a score of 5-3, with the A's scoring all 5 of their runs in the first 3 innings. Tanner Roark getting his 8th win of the season. Masahiro Tanaka getting a 7th loss. Gleyber Torres getting 2 home runs on the day. Now has 31 on the year, but not enough, as the A's would win 5-3. And finally, the LA Dodgers would beat the Toronto Blue Jays by a score of 3-2. And geez, well then, this is easily one of the best games of the day, in addition to the Marlins and Braves game and the Cardinals game, which the Cardinals came back. The game between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays started off leading 2-0 before the Dodgers came back, and they scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th. Corey Seager with a 2-run game-tying double, and the Dodgers walk it off again on an RBI walk-off single by Enrique Hernandez. The Dodgers winning by a final score of 3-2, and they get their 85th win of the season. It's just wild. That is wild. What is going on over at LA right now in Dodger Stadium is just wild. The Dodgers, they get their 82nd win of the year. or 85th win of the year. My mistake there. They come back from a 2-0 deficit. They almost get shut out for 1, and then they score 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth. That is incredible. This is an incredible season for the LA Dodgers right now. What is going on over there in Dodger Stadium, especially one big example is today they beat the Blue Jays. They were trailing 2-0. Vlad Guerrero Jr. hit a home run, but the Dodgers, of course, they come back. Now taking a look at the standings here. Once again, for Major League Baseball, these are the official standings at the end of today. The Yankees leading Tampa Bay by 8 games. The Minnesota Twins leading the Cleveland Indians by 3.5 games. And the Houston Astros leading the Oakland A's by 7. While in the National League, the Braves are leading the Washington Nationals by 6 games. Both teams winning 8 of their last 10. The Chicago Cubs leading the St. Louis Cardinals by half a game. And the LA Dodgers leading the Arizona Diamondbacks by 20.5 games. San Francisco by 21.5. Leading the Diamondbacks and the Giants to pay attention to what's going on in the wild card race. In the AL wild card, the A's and the Rays both have the 2 wild card spots, with the Indians being half a game back, as it's basically been those 3 teams in the AL wild card race. While for the National League, it is a whole nother story. A bunch of teams are in the conversation. Right now, it's the Nationals and the Cardinals. The New York Mets are a 1.5 games back. The Phillies are 2 games back. The Milwaukee Brewers are 3.5 back. Arizona 5 games. San Francisco 6 games. Cincinnati 7 games. San Diego 9 games. Anything can happen over the next week. Anything can happen before this season is over when it comes to the NL wildcard race. I am telling you this right now, because there's a lot of teams in the National League that are in the conversation to get those 2 wildcard spots, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Now, back here at Volcano Stadium, again, the final score, Boise, 5 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors, left 8 runners on. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, 6 runs and 11 hits, no errors. They left 7 runners on. Abel Adames getting his 2nd win of the season. Ironically enough, also against Boise at 2-0. Colton Hathcock getting his first loss of the season, his first decision of the season at 0-1, while Jordan Scott gets his first save of the year in a game that had an attendance of 2,325 people. Boise parting ways with the Volcanoes with a record of 24-42, 9-19 in second half play, while the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, for the first time since 2013, have 40 wins in a season. They are now 40-26 with a .500 record of 14-14. From Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon, this is Payne Patchett signing off, saying good night, everybody. You've been listening to 3 hours and 11 minutes of Salem-Keizer Volcano baseball on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank